beloved man goes completely off the radar.
He wasn't answering any calls.
It's not normal that his mother would not have heard from him.
The family's request for a welfare check leads to a devastating discovery.
I think we're smelling a DOA.
He's been there for weeks. The smell is overpowering.
It's quickly clear this was a crime of passion.
Whoever did this knew him.
But who's behind it?
We are done!
Conflict started to arise.
Like a lot of couples, they have disagreements.
But police officers noticed feminine products within the bathroom. He was dating this female.
As detectives seek the truth, the mystery only deepens.
They received very odd text messages.
She wrote yesterday, his brother has cancer again. She claimed to tell me that he had his leg amputated.
They don't know if any of that is true.
Will investigators be able to cut through the lies?
She was under the influence of drugs. She puts on a show.
Oh my gosh! What's going on?
This whole story is put together by disproving lies.
February 18th, 2020. It's Tuesday afternoon in San Antonio, Texas's second largest city.
It's both a big city and a small town. It's very family-oriented. It's very diverse.
You see a vibrant mix of African Americans with Hispanic Americans.
There are over 1.5 million residents there.
But this afternoon, one of those 1.5 million people has gone missing. 57-year-old Ohio transplant, Christopher Jones.
The last time anybody from the family had heard from him was the 25th of January.
Chris was very close with his mother. He tried to speak with her every Sunday.
After the first Sunday passed, it was kind of like, okay, maybe he was busy and got distracted.
His mother had told his aunt, Teresa, that Chris just wasn't answering any of the calls.
After the third week, I called the police department. I said, can you do a well check on my nephew? Because it's not normal that his mother would not have heard from him by now.
When officers arrive at Christopher's house, they knock on the door and get no response.
Take a look around.
They notice that the home is locked and the windows are locked.
As one of the officers heads around the back of the house and continues trying the doors and windows, he notices a familiar odor.
He was able to smell the actual smell of body decomp.
This is a distinct smell. I get it by the back door a lot more.
This led police officers to request fire support to force entry into Chris's home.
So I think we're smelling a DOA. So we're gonna have fire do a force entry.
Originally from a small town outside Columbus, Ohio, 57-year-old Christopher Jones had spent several years in the Army as a young man.
When he was stationed in Hawaii, he was on the back of a Jeep or something, and the Jeep hit something, it threw him off, and actually his back was messed up, and they put him on disability.
After being discharged, Chris returned to Ohio, where he met and fell in love with his soon-to-be wife.
For a while, Chris worked at a local restaurant to support himself.
Chris was manager at one of the restaurants in Columbus, and she was working there, and that's where they met. They got married a year or two later.
Over the next several years, the couple had 4 children. But eventually, she and Chris found it too hard to make their relationship work.
When their youngest son was just 3 months old, the couple ended up separating.
Just like a lot of couples, they have disagreements and they separated. It happens.
Sadly, in the course of the separation, Chris ended up becoming estranged from his 4 kids.
She was young. She felt she was doing the right thing.
Losing contact with his kids left Chris feeling empty. Searching for purpose, he found himself in San Antonio, where he decided to pursue his first love, music.
During Chris's youth, he picked up a love for gospel music.
He taught himself how to play guitar and the keyboard.
Now, he was actually in the process of working on a gospel album.
People that are out there hurting, he wanted to let them know, God brought me through this and he'll bring you through it too. Everything was coming together for him.
And one day, a dream even more important to Chris finally came true.
He finally found his children. That was his whole goal in life, to find his children, complete the CD, and have a normal life. Everything was good, they reunited, had plans to be back together.
Chris immediately started making plans to meet up with them that summer and reestablish their relationships.
I can't wait to see you.
They were connected again by phone, but they were all going to come in and have like a reunion.
But now, that long-awaited reunion may never occur, as firefighters are forcing entry into Chris's home to locate the source of a suspicious smell.
As soon as that door opens, everybody reacts.
The source of the odor is immediately evident.
They walk in and see a deceased black male lying on his back with the towel laid across him.
The towel was laying over, like somebody pouring it.
Yes, ma'am. Can you give me an extension to homicide? Probably gonna need to have them come out.
Your glasses?
After years of estrangement from his children, 57-year-old Christopher Jones had finally reconnected with them.
I can't wait to see you.
In the summer of 2020, Chris was making plans to reunite with his kids, and they were going to come visit with him in San Antonio.
Chris was also in the process of achieving one of his lifelong dreams, recording a gospel album.
Everything's perfect. Chris is stable, he's got his music going. It's gonna be good.
But now, a welfare check requested by Chris's family has resulted in a devastating discovery inside his San Antonio, Texas home.
Can you give me an extension to homicide? Probably gonna need to have them come out.
Police that called the fire department to come and break down the door.
They go inside, and that's where they see Chris's body laying on the floor with his upper torso covered with a towel.
I got a DOA that we finally got the door open, smelled the smell of death, and fire got it open. The gentleman is laying on his back with a towel over him with some blood on the floor.
He's been there for weeks at this point. The smell of body decomp is overpowering.
As homicide detectives arrive at the scene, they're briefed by the officers.
Let me ask you a couple things. One, so the towel, did fire do that? Did you ask them?
Nope, that was how we found it.
Before going inside the house, some of the investigators put on gas masks to minimize the smell.
Even if you're used to it, you could have a visceral reaction to it.
The first thing detectives want to do is ensure there are no other victims in the house.
We need to clear the house.
Once the house is cleared, detectives turn their attention to the body. The level of decomposition is so severe that it's not immediately obvious how Chris died.
He was so decomposed
Detectives do note some dried blood on the carpet around Chris's head. And that's not the only interesting evidence.
There was also other weird things around the body, like an insulin needle.
They also see gauze near his body. It appears that some type of attempt, potentially for life-saving measures.
A look around the rest of the house doesn't reveal any signs of a robbery.
They don't see any other type of forced entry. There's valuable items in the home as well that hadn't been taken.
Chris's really expensive music equipment and sound equipment was still within his home and didn't seem to be touched.
Nothing else looked like disturbed or tossed around in the other room. On the bed.
Still in there, TV,
And yeah, the guitars.
It was clear whoever did this knew Christopher.
They did notice one thing evidently missing from the house, though.
In the bedroom, they found a gun case for a Smith & Wesson. The gun was gone, but there was some ammunition.
And in the bathroom, there was evidence that Chris didn't live alone.
Police officers notice feminine products within Chris's bathroom. So they really want to know more about this female.
And when they spoke to the neighbors reported that he lived there with a Hispanic woman.
Okay, you remember what the male looked like?
He looked like an older guy.
What the female looked like?
She looked a lot younger, and she was pregnant.
However, the neighbor says recently that seemed to have changed.
Last time I saw it, it didn't look like Custody was there anymore. I was wondering what happened to a baby because I haven't seen her come out with no baby.
The neighbor also says that it's been a few weeks since she saw either Chris or the woman.
How long ago was it that you saw her?
It's been about a little over 2 weeks. We had a Cadillac, white Cadillac.
Thanks, sir.
No, I hadn't seen it there in a while.
However, the neighbor says that she did see someone else there more recently.
The guy came over to the house, knocked on our door about a couple of days ago, a black guy, and asked him, have we seen him? He was driving an SUV. Yeah.
Another neighbor says she doesn't know Chris or his mystery girlfriend well, but has talked to the girlfriend on occasion.
She came over and talked sometimes to the girlfriend. When we first met her, she seemed a little off. And then we kind of just kept our distance.
Asked when she last saw the couple, she gives a similar timeline to the other neighbor.
Almost a few days before New Year's.
After speaking with the neighbors, detectives take some time to regroup.
Right now, the top priority is identifying and locating Chris's girlfriend. She could be another victim, a witness, or even a suspect.
But first, detectives reach out to Chris's aunt to deliver the tragic news.
We waited and waited. Hours went by.
Hello?
Said something is not right. I knew what had happened, that it wasn't good.
Ma'am, I'm so sorry to have to tell you this. No, oh my God, no!
I can imagine that this was very difficult for Chris's family to have to face over the phone.
But when the detective asks Chris's aunt if she knows anything about his girlfriend, she's surprised by her answer.
She said, yeah, he was dating this female, and her name was Mary Diaz.
Just to be honest, I don't know a lot about her.
Christopher's family had never met Mary in person, but just a few days ago, they received very odd text messages from her.
She said she had a miscarriage.
I didn't know she was pregnant.
Chris Jones's aunt has just told detectives investigating his death that since he disappeared, the family had been getting some strange texts from his girlfriend, Mary Diaz.
I never met Mary in person, and that's what really surprised me.
The texts came from Chris's phone, and at first, they were sent as Chris.
But they quickly realized something wasn't quite right.
It wasn't his texting style, his spelling, his punctuation, nothing.
They were just kind of like, this isn't Chris. And honestly, some of them didn't really make sense.
And they were just like rambling, incoherent, not like Chris at all.
Then things got even more strange.
All of a sudden, I got a text message from Chris's phone from her.
It was odd for them. If you were just trying to communicate to these family members as Mary, why wouldn't you use your own cell phone?
But one thing Mary texted was particularly shocking.
The messages were stating that she was pregnant and had recently had a miscarriage.
I didn't know anything had even happened to Chris at that point. But I knew then, this doesn't make sense.
I think getting that text message really solidified, hey, something's wrong.
That's not the only strange thing Mary texted either.
Mary also mentioned that Chris was depressed because of the recent miscarriage.
She said he's gone to California, that he doesn't want to talk to anybody.
I don't know.
But eventually, when there was no more communication, the family decided it was time to ask for help.
I said, something is wrong. Everything is going good. He would not just up and leave.
Before detectives can look further into Mary Diaz, they receive an unexpected tip to contact a certain couple in Chris's friend group.
They possibly have some information about Mary and Chris.
So investigators head to the couple's house to learn more.
He says that he is a close friend of Chris.
He was doing his music, so he wanted me to help him finish his business.
Okay.
But the couple tells the detective that they haven't actually seen Chris in a while.
Last time I saw him was after Thanksgiving.
Okay, so it's been a few months since you've actually seen him.
Yeah.
Okay. When's the last time you've heard from him, though? Like,
The last time I heard from him, I'll tell you the exact day, Thursday, December 17th, that's 6:17 p.m.
He says that later texts and calls to Chris went unanswered.
I said, hey bro, are you okay? I've been trying to call you.
when was that? When did you send that to him?
Thursday, February 4th, and then I sent another one February 11th.
Okay, and no response?
No response.
He says he finally got a response 2 days later, but it wasn't the one he expected.
But that wasn't Chris
Yeah.
texting me.
It was Mary.
They received some really disturbing messages.
Chris's father passed away?
Well, that's what she says.
We don't know. That hadn't been,
His mother was dying. She wrote yesterday, his brother has cancer again.
And then the strangest message of all came through.
She claimed to tell me that he had his leg amputated.
They were familiar with Christopher's past in the military. He had a bum knee, but it was nothing to the point of a leg amputation.
At that point, the couple says they decided to call Mary and try to figure out what was going on.
And in that phone call, Mary begins rambling and not really making much sense,
I wanted a no catch up.
leading them to believe that something isn't right.
basically she just started rattling on and on, kind of talking out of her head. It wasn't making sense.
And when they asked Mary when she'd last talked to Chris, they were even more surprised by her response.
This brings up red flags for them, leading them to go over to Chris's house just to see what's going on with these messages they received from Mary.
When they get to his home, the door is locked, the windows are locked.
I told her, I said, doesn't look like nobody's there. No cars.
They decide to talk to neighbors to see what they know. But at that point, the light bulbs go off for the detectives. These are the people that the neighbors were telling them about.
The couple says they then decided to file a missing persons report for Chris.
They told me that he was an adult, so they couldn't put out missing persons.
Missing persons for adults can be difficult because it takes a lot to show that they are missing, like in a nefarious way.
But Chris's friends explained that by then, they didn't really think Chris was just missing.
We both suspected Mary had done some foul play.
And why would that be?
Why? Because she's wacko.
According to friends of 57-year-old Chris Jones, his girlfriend, Mary Diaz, is responsible for his death.
They tell police they believe Mary has something to do with Christopher's demise.
They had observed kind of erratic behavior in her and seemed to think that she was under the influence of drugs.
He had told me that, she was having problems with, drugs, substance abuse, and stuff like that.
Now police are looking at this case completely differently.
No. He said she was selling pills. I think he was saying that she's on a little bit of everything.
And that's not the only thing Chris told his friends.
At one point in the past, Chris had told him that Mary had threatened him with a gun.
You're seeing other women.
Back like November or December, she had come in and put a gun to his head.
Did he ever report that she had pulled a gun on him, anything like that?
No, we kind of just, laughed it off and, joked.
But he identified Mary as a jealous woman.
He also says that Chris was clear with Mary about the nature of their relationship.
I don't think he was trying to be exclusive with her.
Chris wasn't interested in a long-term relationship, and he was really in the relationship to be a support person for Mary.
She was back and forth.
She was. Okay.
Yeah.
Mary was more dependent on Chris for housing and support financially, and just giving that emotional support for her.
But now that Chris is dead, his friends suspect Mary's jealousy played a role, even if she wasn't the one who actually killed him.
At the end of the interview, detectives agreed that Mary's jealousy could have a connection to Chris's death.
And when detectives returned to the police station,
Come check this out.
they learned that Chris was definitely murdered.
What we got? He is shot in the upper left portion of his back, and it comes out through his neck. So in the pathway, it actually tears his jugular. And so ultimately, it's that one gunshot wound that causes his death.
I need to put in a bolo.
With a now confirmed homicide in their hands, detectives focus their efforts on tracking down Mary.
They put out a bolo or be on the lookout for both Mary and Chris's car. They were running Mary's name, her date of birth, stuff like that, just to see if there was any other reports Mary's reflected in.
They find that on January 29th, Mary had contacted the police herself. However, this wasn't to report that Chris was missing. She was actually notifying them that she had been robbed.
Detectives are able to find body cam footage from the officers who responded to the incident. And it's explosive.
Hello. They come out and take a statement from her, and she appears intoxicated and is babbling.
I need to pay because my boyfriend, his dad's supposed to pass away. Well, I told him, I said, I need to come up with money and I don't want to bother him. He's screaming right now. I said, and this machine, we don't need it.
Mary took some of Chris's recording equipment, and she was going to sell it.
According to Mary, the incident had started off as a simple transaction between friends.
Mary told officers that when she met up with a friend who was going to buy the equipment, another man who was in the car with him stuck a gun in her face.
What she tells the police is that, they took the recording equipment and they robbed me.
I look up and there's a gun in my face and I grabbed it and I was putting it away, right? And he said, let go of my gun. I said, take the machine. No life is worth this stuff. You can have it.
And what kind of car were you in?
Some type of SUV.
When they left, she began knocking on doors in this apartment complex until someone allowed her to use their phone.
The body cam footage then shows officers heading to the management office, hoping to view surveillance from around the apartment complex.
When they pull up the footage, they see a SUV just like what Mary described.
Officers also located a witness who saw the SUV, but his story differed from Mary's.
I seen somebody back there, but I don't know about the robber.
Did you see a female get out of the car?
No. They were just sitting there.
It's clear the officers were starting to grow more suspicious of Mary.
Police run Mary's name and find out that she has 8 warrants out for her arrest. So they take her into custody for those warrants.
But before taking her down to headquarters, police conduct a search on Mary.
While they're searching her, she has Xanax and Viagra on her.
What are those?
They're my Xanax and my panic attacks.
Okay.
What's this pill here?
It's my boyfriend's favorite.
Mary also had several of Chris's personal effects on her person.
She has Chris Jones's wallet, she has his cell phone, and she has his Rolex watch.
What's this pill?
And then she also has a bullet in her pocket.
But for the detectives investigating Chris's murder, that's not the most interesting discovery officers made on January 29th.
In the front strap of her bra, she has a gun magazine.
It's a loaded .40 caliber Smith & Wesson magazine.
That magazine has the same type of caliber of the ammunition that was found in the house.
And the same as the gun missing from Chris's home.
Detectives investigating the murder of 57-year-old Christopher Jones have learned that just 4 days after his last communication with anyone, patrol officers had arrested his girlfriend, 35-year-old Mary Diaz.
What am I being charged with?
For your warrants and the possession of your Xanax.
She also, in her bra, had a magazine. It was a .40 caliber.
That's the same caliber as the gun that was missing from Chris's home.
She's arrested, she's taken into custody, and she bonds out.
But just a day after Chris's body was found, she's back on police's radar.
Mary again contacted police to report a burglary.
This time, the officer finds her standing outside a house about 4 miles from Chris's home.
Chris had this house that a good friend of his lived in.
Let's go check it out.
Okay. Mary tells them she was driving by in Chris's car and she noticed a broken window.
When officers knock on the door, the tenant seems confused to see them.
Have you had a burglary here?
Burglary?
Yeah.
No burglary here.
No broken window or anything?
Just open.
She has no idea what's happening.
The responding officer leaves with more questions than answers.
Let's go have a talk with her.
We don't really understand what the point of her calling police was. It didn't appear that there was a burglary taking place.
But then he quickly realizes that Mary is connected to another active case.
He ends up taking her into custody at that point for questioning.
And they arrange for the car to be towed to the crime lab.
At the station, detectives finally get to sit down with Mary for the first time. They start by asking her about the burglary call that day.
She says that Chris has been renting the house out to his friend.
Once again, though, Mary starts rambling and never explains why she felt the need to call in a burglary at the house.
Sensing that they're getting nowhere, detectives switch tracks and ask Mary what she knows about Chris's whereabouts.
She tried to tell them, oh, he's in California, taking care of his dad.
He got a call that his dad was out of the hospital and put on hospice. He wanted me to go fly with him, and I said, to everybody fly.
At that point, the interview starts to go off the rails.
She became really reactive emotionally, started to cry, started discussing this miscarriage that she experienced.
It was kind of like, I wish I didn't get pregnant. Because he got so depressed.
When detectives ask Mary about the texts to Chris's aunt, she plays dumb.
His aunt contacted us and said that you had messaged her from his phone and said something about that he was going to be blocking everybody.
Oh, I didn't know who it was.
She also makes excuses for why she has Chris's phone and wallet.
He just told me that he was gonna go and that I had to pay whatever had to be paid.
But what is he doing for money and everything else?
Chris has money.
Well, he hasn't been using it anywhere.
When detectives asked Mary about how Chris could travel without his ID, Mary doesn't have an answer.
He left you his car and he left you his driver's license and credit cards. So did he like teleport there? You know, how did he get to California, ma'am?
That's when detectives find a good opening to confront Mary about the murder.
I just want to know what happened. Chris never left, and you know that.
I don't know what happened.
Chris is dead, okay? Chris is dead. And all I'm asking you is to have some compassion and at least say what happened to him.
And then Mary puts on a show. So there's intelligence buried in there. She starts kind of crying hysterically. She's just kind of a chronic manipulator.
But no matter how hard detectives press, Mary refuses to admit any involvement in Chris's death.
She won't admit to anything. She keeps insisting that she had Chris's permission to have his belongings.
Unfortunately, the evidence isn't strong enough to tie Mary to the murder just yet. So they're forced to end the interview and let her go.
However, they hang on to the cell phone, and when they look through it, they find something very interesting.
On Mary's phone is a series of messages between her and one of her friends.
Mary was kind of freaking out about the relationship with Chris and that it was coming to an end.
In one message sent on the night investigators think Chris was killed, Mary told a friend that Chris had asked her to move out.
Basically, she was saying stuff about like, oh, he's gonna leave me with nothing.
Detectives ask Mary's friend to come in for an interview.
She is cooperative. She seemed to have known kind of the most, possibly, of what was going wrong in that relationship.
She tells detectives that shortly after she got the text, Mary showed up unexpectedly at her door.
She was crying. She was, like, basically naked.
Oh my gosh. Mary, what's going on?
Chris and we got into a bad fight.
And she says she couldn't believe what Mary told her next.
She tells her that she killed Chris.
I shot him.
Her friend that she confessed to was kind of her best shot at putting any sort of like gun in Mary's hand, so to speak. But she was having major second thoughts. She was very intimidated by Mary, so that became a push for us to bring her on board to try to do what we could to secure the case.
A friend of Mary Diaz has just told the detectives investigating Chris Jones's murder that Mary confessed to killing him.
He's hurt.
What do you mean he's hurt?
I shot him.
And detectives want to know why she hadn't come to the police with this information sooner.
Did it not occur to you to call the police?
I told her we should, but she said she already did.
She says it wasn't until she saw Chris's obituary she knew that Mary hadn't called the police.
But is Mary's hysterical confession to her friend enough to get a murder conviction?
After all, Mary had already demonstrated a tendency towards drama and stretching the truth.
She made numerous lies in this case. This whole story is put together by lies.
Thankfully, though, detectives get more solid evidence when they finally track down Chris's missing gun.
One of the detectives had put out an alert for the gun and serial number. And there was another detective who was doing gang work, and he was just going through known gang members' Facebook profiles, kind of seeing what people are up to. And this one guy posted a photo with him and his new gun.
It's a good enough picture that we're able to read the serial number on it.
He ran the serial number, and lo and behold, it is our missing Smith & Wesson. They were able to track down that gentleman and find out the gun went through 3 different gang members' hands before we recovered it.
Detectives eventually tracked down the person who originally sold Chris's gun, the man Mary accused of robbing her.
The police were able to actually use surveillance footage from the apartment complex where everything went down, and they got the license plate.
There's a disagreement. They see that she has the weapon in between her legs in the car. They ask her why she has that.
Protection.
She says it's for protection, and there's a struggle over the gun.
If you're gonna be like that, you can just get out. Fine. We're keeping this.
That people who were gonna buy that music box actually steal that weapon from her at that point.
Turns out the gun was unloaded the whole time. Mary must have put the magazine in her bra before she met up with the guys.
Detectives believe this gun was used to kill Chris, although there's no way to be absolutely sure.
Ultimately, it is our belief that it was this weapon, but we can't say for sure. We're unable to do those type of tool mark analysis to make sure that this is the exact gun.
Still, the gun, coupled with Mary's friend's statement of her confession, is enough to bring Mary back in for questioning.
They go at her harder that second time, really pushing her on the murder now that they've established something they can hold her on.
But no matter
Single
how
moms.
hard they press, Mary doesn't budge.
What happened where Chris was killed?
She is non-responsive to most of it. There's no lie that she could come up with at that point that could make any sense with what we had.
Mary definitely didn't know that we had the gun. In Mary's mind, that gun is long gone.
Detectives give her one final chance to come clean. To no avail.
Well, I'm asking you again, what happened that day? The last day he was alive, what happened? I don't know. I don't know at all.
She still won't confess to anything. So at that point, she is placed under arrest for the murder of Chris Jones.
News of Mary's arrest brings comfort to Chris's family back in Ohio.
We were very relieved. The detective said she wasn't going to stop until she got justice for him. And she kept her word.
But Mary will never stand trial for murdering Chris.
Facing the possibility of life in prison if a jury convicts her, Mary's attorneys agreed to take a plea deal.
Mary and her defense team do not contest the prosecution's claim that she'd killed Chris because he was kicking her out of his house.
Chris Jones had had enough with Mary. She had lied to him. She was pretending to have been pregnant and then pretending to have miscarried. He made it very clear to her that she was going to be leaving his home, and she grabbed Chris's gun. And
A loving mother suddenly goes missing.
That was just out of character for her.
And I'm like, no, she would never leave the kids.
At this point, everybody is worried.
Soon, police have reason to fear she isn't coming home.
It looked like they were fighting.
She obviously had some concern for her own safety.
The investigation uncovers one horrifying twist after another.
They were drugged just to keep them quiet.
He grabs a knife and threatens to kill her.
She had to escape by jumping out a bathroom window.
They're not dealing with just a normal young man. They're dealing with a monster.
And no amount of justice will ever make up for the wreckage left behind.
He took everything from me.
The children had unfortunately seen too much.
It's like a bad dream.
It will affect them for the rest of their lives.
March 17th, 2013. It's Sunday afternoon in Flint, Michigan, a struggling industrial city an hour northwest of Detroit.
Back in the 60s, Flint, Michigan was thriving. They had at that time a little over 200,000 residents.
Unfortunately, all their financial eggs were in the big General Motors basket. When GM left town, it kind of took a lot of jobs with it.
They lost a lot of population. Neighborhoods were deteriorating, homes shutting down. Ultimately, that just continued throughout the 80s and 90s.
By 2013, the population had dwindled to about 100,000.
And now another one of the city's residents has disappeared.
27-year-old mother Tanisha Colton had been missing for several days.
After 48 hours with no contact, Tanisha's sister and her boyfriend's mother arrive at the Flint police station to file a report.
We're here to file a missing persons report.
Okay. They explained to detectives that Tanisha's boyfriend, Henry Connor, had shown up at his mother's home with the couple's children.
He said, "I haven't seen Tanisha since Friday night."
And he had been unable to reach her.
Desperate to locate Tanisha, Henry and his mother got Tanisha's sister involved.
I don't know what could have happened. So I kept calling her. I was calling all the time.
She didn't answer the phone, which is very unusual for her. Nobody's heard from her.
To Tanisha's family, her absence without explanation is deeply troubling.
Tanisha had 3 children that she loved very much.
She built her life around her children.
I just knew she wasn't gonna leave her kids. So I knew something was wrong.
"27-year-old Tanisha Colton grew up in a big and loving family of 7 brothers and sisters.
She's the oldest girl. She was like the glue, I would say, for all the siblings.
Warm and vibrant, she was the kind of person who lit up the room.
She was so funny. So funny. She was just like a beautiful spirit. Always singing. She had a beautiful, beautiful voice. Very special. Very special.
She and her longtime boyfriend, Henry Connor, were each other's first loves.
They were high school sweethearts.
They were just always together. Like, where have you seen Tanisha, you've seen Henry.
And while many young couples' love quickly fades, theirs endured even through challenging times.
Straight out of high school, she had a young child with Henry. She was only 18 years old.
If you have a child at age 18, the statistics show staying together is not very likely.
But within 1 year, they then welcomed a second child.
They were devoted to being a family and raising their children together.
And Tanisha was made for motherhood.
She was super active in the kids' lives. She poured her entire life and love into her children.
She just was like the best mom.
At the same time, Henry was building a bright future for himself and his family.
Henry actually went to school, graduated from college with a degree in forensic science.
Then in 2012, with the couple thriving, They decided it was time to grow their family again.
They welcome a third baby into the picture.
After spending years caring for her babies, Tanisha decided to go to school to ensure she could help give them the best of everything.
She worked hard to better herself and make a better life for her children.
She received her certified nursing assistant's degree.
In her new career, Tanisha was a star.
Being a certified nursing assistant is not for the faint of heart, but Tanisha was really good at what she did.
At the nursing home, everyone spoke highly of her.
She loved everything about her job, her patients, her employer.
She loved going to work every single day.
It seemed the sky was the limit for Tanisha and her beautiful family.
Her life was on the right track, and she was looking forward to a bright future.
But now, this woman who seemed to have everything has gone missing.
Does your son have any idea why Tanisha might have left?
Yes, sir.
She said they had a small argument.
But he has no idea where she went.
No.
But according to Henry, Tanisha didn't leave alone.
Someone picked Tanisha up outside of their house. But Henry says he really has no idea of who the person was.
Fresh off the birth of their third child, things looked bright for high school sweethearts Tanisha Colton and Henry Connor.
Unlike other high school sweethearts who kind of make up to break up, they stuck together.
She started a new position at a Flint nursing home. Their life was going really well.
Only now, Tanisha's sister and her boyfriend's mother have reported her missing to the Flint police.
According to Henry's mom, Tanisha and Henry got in an argument Friday night and she just left the house. Someone picked Tanisha up, but Henry really has no idea of who the person was.
Unable to reach Tanisha, her sister and boyfriend's mother had first gone to the nursing home where she worked to see if she might be there.
Not only was she not there, but she was a no-call, no-show to work on Friday.
And that was reason for concern for both her supervisor and her family.
That was just out of character for her not to show up.
She was a good employee. She always showed up at work. She never called off.
Her boss at the time suggests that they go to the Flint Police Department.
And then that's when we came to you.
Her family's concerns certainly raise questions. To gain additional perspective, detectives need to understand more about the days leading up to her disappearance.
We'd have to look a little deeper into the facts of the case, or what we know at that time.
The detective would need to take a look at the story that Henry tells and interview Henry.
We tried to establish a timeline from the last time he'd seen Tanisha and what they had done throughout that week leading up to her last being seen.
But when asked specifically about the argument his mother mentioned, Henry makes it seem like it was no big deal.
He never noted anything throughout the week of any significance, no disagreements really, that it was pretty much business as normal until we got right up to the last day that she was seen. He was very vague in his statements, but he did make reference indicating that they'd been arguing.
However, he says when the argument escalated, they both just walked away.
He went to the bedroom.
Then he heard her leave the house.
Henry assumed she had driven off in her vehicle until the next morning when he saw it still parked out front.
She didn't take her car, so someone must have picked her up.
And you have no idea who that could be?
No.
But he thought no matter what, Tanisha would have been back by now.
It's been almost 48 hours.
She was a very devoted mom. And all she took was her purse and her phone.
Under the circumstances, it still seems possible Tanisha left to get some air.
Tanisha was feeling a good deal of pressure. She had 3 children. She had a job.
But police still can't rule out she might be in danger.
They need to find out, who did she leave with? Was she with a friend?
Or was she with someone who didn't have her best interest at heart?
Was she in an accident? Or could she have fallen victim to a random crime?
At the time, Flint was one of the most violent cities in the United States.
Of course, there's another theory investigators can't rule out.
Maybe there was something more to this argument with Henry. Did he know where she was? Did he have something to do with her disappearance?
When police check his criminal record, it is mostly clean.
As far as his criminal history, he had had some misdemeanor warrants, some things, but nothing that had immediately raised any flags to us.
With nothing to indicate what really happened to Tanisha, police place a priority on trying to find her.
There was Be on the Lookout.
We set it up to broadcast through the LEAN system.
LEAN is an acronym for Law Enforcement Information Network.
It will connect us to all police agencies throughout the United States. It's a very rapid way of getting out information on a missing person.
Law enforcement also contacts local hospitals.
There is nobody by the name of Tanisha Colton admitted or in the ER.
So detectives head to Tanisha's work to interview her supervisor.
We'd like to ask you some questions.
Sure.
When was the last time you saw Tanisha?
I actually saw Tanisha Wednesday night after her shift.
Thursday was her day off, and Friday she was a no-show.
And that's unusual?
Yes, very unusual.
She was very concerned.
This wasn't like Tanisha.
She was a model employee. She never had not shown up to work.
That was one reason her supervisor suggested Tanisha's family call the police. Although she now admits there was more to it.
Tanisha's supervisor said that Tanisha and her boyfriend were walking out at the same time in front of her on Wednesday. She said it looked like they were fighting. It was clear that Tanisha was really upset. And when they got in the car, this argument continued.
She said Tanisha was very animated, was speaking a lot with her hands and her arms.
Police wonder what this argument was about.
This would be important to an investigator because it might establish a motive for Tanisha being missing.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
But detectives have even more to consider when the family of a man named Marcus contacts police.
Marcus is also a certified nursing assistant, and he worked at the same nursing home as Tanisha.
Turns out that Marcus is also missing.
In 2012, Flint, Michigan ranked nationally as the city with the highest crime rate for the 3rd year in a row. As a result, state officers joined forces with local police to form the Flint Major Crimes Task Force, putting more eyes on crimes like homicide, home invasions, and armed robberies. By 2015, the city had dropped to 11th in national crime rankings. In Flint, Michigan, detectives have received word that 27-year-old Tanisha Colton isn't the only worker from a local nursing home that has recently gone missing.
Turns out that Marcus, who's a 26-year-old male, is also missing.
Could there be a connection between the two cases?
Two people from the same staff going missing around the same time seems unlikely to be a coincidence.
Is this a possible love triangle?
We'll see then.
Hoping to learn more, investigators meet with Marcus's girlfriend, Kenya.
She's very concerned that he's gone missing.
So you don't think he left voluntarily?
No way. He's devoted to this family.
Kenya states that she and Marcus have been dating for 5 years, and they have 2 beautiful children together. They also have 1 on the way.
When they ask more about Marcus's job at the nursing home, Kenya reveals he quit last fall.
That would be a few months before Tanisha started working there.
Maybe their simultaneous disappearances are just a coincidence after all. But then Kenya mentions the circumstances around Marcus's disappearance.
Marcus left their apartment after receiving a phone call. Kenya did not know who called Marcus.
He didn't state who it was. He just said that the person called him and needed a ride. Was it possible that the person on the phone was Tanisha?
Do you know if Marcus knew anyone named Tanisha Colton?
Doesn't ring a bell.
To see if there might be a connection between the two, police subpoena bank and phone records for Tanisha.
Was there a record of them having called each other?
But the question of Marcus's whereabouts doesn't remain a mystery for long.
2 days after he's reported missing, police find his car in a Flint trailer park. They search the area.
And his body is found underneath of a vacant trailer.
He's dead, and his injury is a gunshot wound.
Nothing at the scene seems to connect him to Tanisha.
There is no evidence that might indicate they were together or even knew each other.
But when Tanisha's bank records return, questions resurface.
Thursday, Tanisha's bank card has been used at a gas station off of I-75, about 30 minutes from Flint. And then a few hours later, her bank card has been declined at a hotel in Toledo, Ohio.
Looking for answers, police head to the hotel in Toledo.
When they get there, they speak with an employee who was working that Thursday.
He's like, oh yeah, I remember that night.
Actually was a little odd.
He said a man came in and asked if they had a room available. When he said yes, the man presented Tanisha's ID and debit card saying that his wife was in the car.
He said she was 8 months pregnant and was sleeping. And the clerk said that he would go ahead and do the transaction. However, she would have to come in and sign for the card because her name was on it.
The clerk says that as he ran the card, the man went back outside to wake his wife.
He was outside for a short amount of time, came back in, said that she was not waking up.
The man requested that the clerk just go through with the transaction and give him the keys. But the clerk declined, saying, no, we can't operate like that. He had to follow protocol.
What did the man do then?
He gave up and left.
But police aren't sure what to make of this man and his story.
Did you believe his wife was out in the car?
Yeah, actually I did.
He looked out the window and he could see that the passenger side chair was leaning all the way back. So he figured that this young lady was asleep in the car.
Can you give us a description of the man and the car?
Yeah, it was a black.
He describes him as a young black male with a short haircut.
That could fit the description of Marcus.
He also provides a description of the car that matches Tanisha's.
Hoping to determine once and for all who the man with Tanisha was, investigators asked to view the hotel's surveillance footage. And what they find is unexpected.
When they look, there's no doubt of who tried to check into this hotel. But it was not Marcus. It was Tanisha's boyfriend, Henry Connor.
Detectives in Flint, Michigan have just discovered that Tanisha Colton's boyfriend, Henry Connor, tried to use her bank card at a hotel in Toledo, Ohio on Thursday, March 14th.
Henry said that he had come in to rent a room for the night. When it came time to reserving and paying for the room, he went to use Tanisha's card. Henry had told the clerk she was out in the car and was sleeping.
But investigators aren't so sure.
Witnesses stated that on Wednesday, Tanisha was seen fighting with Henry while leaving work.
This was the last time she was seen by anybody other than Henry.
But what happened to her after that?
While detectives don't know, they suspect she was not in the car alive and well on Thursday with Henry.
He's very much a suspect now in her disappearance.
When phone records returned for Tanisha, they put to rest any lingering notions of a relationship with Marcus.
There were no calls between the two. There's no evidence or link that they even knew one another. So at this point, police are convinced that these were two separate cases.
Her phone records, however, do prove that Henry has been lying to police.
He told them that on Friday night, Tanisha left with someone, but there were no calls supporting that story.
There is no record of Tanisha making a phone call to anyone on Friday night.
And now police are about to catch Henry in another lie.
On Sunday, Henry had driven the kids to his mother's house in Tanisha's car and then left it there.
Before the police could get to it, my cousins had it towed to my grandmother's house.
So it took police a minute to recover the car and search it. But when they finally did, they found something highly incriminating inside.
Her purse was in there.
But Henry said Tanisha took her purse when she left.
With suspicion mounting against Henry, detectives have little choice but to turn to the best possible witness they have.
This would be Tanisha's oldest child, her daughter.
For her interview, detectives bring her to the Weiss Advocacy Center.
It's a very delicate situation because when dealing with children, there's a process and procedure that police have to go through.
The Weiss Advocacy Center is well known in the state for forensic investigations involving children. They're much more in tune to the questions, the needs, the feelings that children will have.
The psychiatrist asks her to walk through what happened Wednesday after school.
She stated that when they got home, her mom and dad were arguing.
And it seemed to be quite heated, but then things calmed down quite a bit.
But what the little girl says next raises red flags for detectives.
She says her mom put her to bed that night.
She told her daughter that she loved her very much and that she needed to make sure to look after her sister and brother, which we thought was a very odd statement.
The child says after being tucked in, she fell asleep, but was awoken in the middle of the night.
She couldn't tell me exactly what time, but her dad had come in, was quite agitated.
Get dressed, we're going on a trip, okay?
He told him to get dressed and that they were going on a trip, going out of town.
Outside, the little girl describes how her father loaded them into the car. But one member of the family was notably absent.
She vividly remembered her mother was not with them.
Afterwards, the child describes going on a long drive.
During this drive, she said he made a stop.
Her dad had her mom's purse and took money out of it.
Ultimately, he gives them something that's green and tasted very nasty.
After that, the child recalls drifting in and out.
She recalled sleeping in a parking lot next to a big brown building with lots of windows, which we surmised was the hotel that Henry was trying to check into.
Tanisha's daughter also recalls that when she woke up in the early morning hours, The car was surrounded by tall grass.
And she saw a building with a bunch of flags outside.
Next thing she knew, they were all arriving back home.
But her mom was not there.
I do remember asking if she had any idea where her mother was at, and she did not know.
When detectives returned to the station, what they find inside Tanisha's purse gives even greater credence to the child's story.
There's a receipt in the purse from a Toledo convenience store.
The receipt shows a purchase for cough medicine.
Obviously, this is the green medicine that was given to the children during this long drive.
The children were basically getting drugged to keep them knocked out. He doesn't want them to remember what he's going to do with Tanisha's body.
Armed with this evidence, police speak with their prime suspect.
He agreed to talk to us.
When told that his daughter said he and Tanisha fought on Wednesday, he doesn't deny it.
Earlier in the week, he said that they'd had a couple of arguments.
He also admits the family had gone for a drive on Thursday. But then, his story begins to veer away from his daughters.
Henry states that they actually kept the children home from school on Thursday, and that he, Tanisha, and the children went for a ride around. They'd stayed around the Flint area.
So detectives confront him with the bank card transactions that place him near Toledo.
He begins to backtrack.
I don't know. I guess I drove a little further than I thought.
But it's when they mention Tanisha's purse and the receipts found inside that Henry shuts down.
He terminated the interview and requested a lawyer.
With no body, police can't make an arrest for murder. But they do have another way to hold Henry.
Police are able to get Henry on child abuse charges.
As news of Henry's arrest spreads, detectives receive a surprising phone call from a friend of Tanisha's.
She was pretty confident that Henry had done something to hurt Tanisha.
There were a lot of incidents that really show and portray a very violent relationship.
Tanisha was afraid for her life.
Don't you think I'm stupid?
A friend of Tanisha Colton's has just told detectives about the tumultuous relationship between the missing mother and her boyfriend, Henry Connor.
Her friend describes how Tanisha complained about a lot of emotional abuse.
Tanisha has told her stories about the violence that has happened.
She was afraid that Henry possibly could have hurt her because he'd been physically abusive in the past.
She once saw Tanisha with a split lip and a bruise on the side of her face. And Tanisha had told her that they had gotten into a fight.
There was even another incident where he actually punched her so hard as she's driving the car that she hits her head against the driver's side window and almost crashes the vehicle.
Also, at one point, she had to escape him by jumping out a bathroom window.
But one story she tells in particular shows police just how far Henry was willing to go.
One night, Tanisha and Henry are headed out.
They were getting into the car. Tanisha forgot the baby's bag and went back inside. While she was inside, Henry went through her phone messages.
When Tanisha comes back out to the vehicle, Henry starts screaming at her.
Why are you texting other guys?
What? That was for work.
Don't lie to me.
She's afraid. She runs and he chases after her with a knife and threatens to kill her.
You need to calm down. I have no idea.
You think I'm stupid?
You need to stop.
She is trying to get away from Henry.
Henry grabs Tanisha, pulling her back towards their home.
While it sounds like Tanisha was trapped in a torturous cycle of abuse, her friend explains that her ultimate goal was to leave.
Back during Christmas of 2012, Tanisha had reached out to her and said, look, I have to get out of this.
She was very strong and a determined young lady. She had a plan in place.
She was looking at different houses and was saving up money in hopes that she can get away from Henry.
But the best laid plans can easily unravel.
Henry found out about Tanisha wanting to leave. He gets even more possessive of her, and he just becomes even more physically violent. The most dangerous time for a woman who is involved in a domestic violence situation is right before she's going to leave.
That these type of situations end in a death is not uncommon.
Still, Tanisha's family refuses to give up hope.
We made flyers. We went into a lot of abandoned buildings, houses, fields.
Tierra and the family does some Facebook posts.
Along the way, the family is touched to have strong community support.
The community really pulled together for her. There were a lot of searches. They had police lines.
It was broadcast on the local news stations. The entire community was very concerned about what had happened to Tanisha Coulter.
It was so beautiful to see a city rally behind a mother that they know is a good mother. And her children, they wanted to protect them as well as find her.
The search is still underway when on March 25th, a shocking discovery occurs 70 miles from Flint in the rural town of Carlton.
There was someone driving on this country road. He notices what he thought was some debris or that someone had dumped some trash along the road.
What are people thinking?
But when he looks closer, he makes a gruesome discovery.
It's not the garbage that he thought it was, actually. It's a woman's dead body.
On March 25th, not quite 2 weeks after Tanisha Coulton disappeared, a passing motorist spots a woman's dead body lying in a ditch beside a country road.
She was wrapped up in some type of bedding.
She is face down in the ditch.
He immediately contacted the police.
As the medical examiner looks over the body, there are clear signs of trauma.
The cause of death was not immediately obvious, but they did note something distinctive on the body that might help identify her.
She had a tattoo under her right eye of 3 stars.
Authorities are actually able to identify her as Tanisha Coulton due to those very specific tattoos.
With Tanisha's body removed for autopsy, state police contact the Flint detectives, who immediately head to the scene.
We were actually off duty and came into work to drive down.
And nearby, they find plenty to corroborate Henry's daughter's story.
There was tall grass in the area.
And just as Tanisha's daughter had reported, they do find a building with several flags.
They're beginning to connect the dots.
But Flint detectives now face the difficult task of notifying Tanisha's family.
Death notifications are probably up in the top 3 worst parts of doing our job. Especially with a family like this, you could tell that they were close-knit just by the concern that they were conveying to us.
Part of me was relieved they found her, but then I knew I was never going to see her again. So that's still something I'm struggling with, because she was my best friend.
Her family is also saddened that Tanisha never shared with them how bad things really were.
we were in the dark. I really feel like she felt she was alone or that she didn't have anybody that she could go to. So I really wish that I could tell her that she did, that she didn't have to be so closed in or private.
When autopsy results return, Tanisha's exact cause of death remains unclear.
The chief medical examiner determined it to be undetermined, but found the manner of death to be a homicide. And she could not rule out asphyxia.
With the autopsy complete, the case against Henry moves forward.
He was charged with the homicide of Tanisha Colton.
There are no charges, however, against him in Marcus's murder.
Police arrested another man for Marcus's murder.
In the end, the deaths of these two healthcare workers from the same facility were just a very sad coincidence.
Marcus's death had nothing to do with Tanisha.
But police remain certain they have the right man in Tanisha's murder.
Based on the evidence, detectives believe that Tanisha wanted out of the abusive relationship.
Henry was not going to accept it. He was not going to be in control anymore.
So he ultimately killed her.
Prosecutors suspect that when Tanisha and Henry left the nursing home on March 13th, they were arguing about her plans to leave him.
That argument transferred all the way into their home.
Once the kids were in bed, things only escalated.
Henry did harm to Tanisha. He possibly used an object, or he used his hands to asphyxiate or strangle her.
If you want to cause that type of harm to a young lady, it doesn't take a lot of effort, unfortunately.
Realizing what he had done, Henry panicked.
He took her body to her vehicle, put her into the trunk of the car, then returned back to the house. He woke the children back up, put them in the vehicle.
On their drive, he stopped at a gas station where he bought cough syrup to silence his children.
They were drugged just to keep him quiet so he could do the things that he did.
But prosecutors presume that before he could dispose of the body, exhaustion overtook him. So Henry attempted to check into a hotel with Tanisha's card.
But the clerk was not going to allow him to purchase that room unless the car holder was actually the one who came in and signed.
At that point, Henry gave up and just left.
Then, after sleeping in the car, Henry disposed of Tanisha's body.
He ultimately dumps her body just outside of Toledo in Carlton, Michigan, and then heads back home to Flint.
The case against him is strong.
Not only do they have Henry lying in his statement, they also have the evidence of the daughter.
The electronic evidence of the use of her ATM card, the interview of the hotel clerk, and the receipts that were located in Tanisha's purse.
Then ultimately they have her body that they found.
All the evidence, I just couldn't believe it.
There is no doubt that Henry committed this murder.
The prosecution considers offering Henry a plea deal in order to spare his young daughter from taking the stand.
Some closure was needed at this point in time.
The prosecutor does ultimately offer Henry a second-degree murder charge, which he accepts.
On July 25th, 2016, Henry receives a sentence of 25 to 50 years in prison.
That doesn't mean he's going to get out in the 25 years. It just simply means he would go in front of the parole board and they would make the determination of when he would be out.
Although Tanisha's family is relieved to see Henry where he belongs, it doesn't change the fact that her children will grow up without their mother.
Her sister was doing her best to try to raise them, but she had a family of her own and just didn't have the ability to take on the 3 children.
They did get adopted, and they were together. We made sure of that. We got to actually pick who we wanted them to go with.
But through the years, Tanisha's family has remained deeply involved in their lives.
I just try to give words of encouragement, but they're gravely affected. which who wouldn't be, you know?
They've lost their father, too, to prison sentence because of his murdering their mother.
Help us, please! When a loving father suffers a horrific attack.
He had been stabbed once. The knife punctured his lungs, his aorta, and his pulmonary arteries.
Paramedics arrived on the scene and immediately rushed him to the hospital.
But how did this happen?
He said he had gotten in a fight down the street, but the neighbors had not heard or seen anything.
There was no sign of forced entry, and it was very apparent that this was not a robbery.
And the autopsy reveals peculiar details.
Opposite of the stab wound was what appeared to be a fresh bite mark.
Curiously, there seems to be a healed bite mark as well.
Now the detectives have to really do a deep dive as to what's happening here.
And as they do, they uncover well-hidden secrets.
What they found was shocking. There were 2 prior domestic violence incidents.
She had been with women in the past.
And a tangled web of lies.
Detectives are really not believing what she's saying.
He was tampering with evidence.
It does not fit the narrative of some random altercation.
May 18th, 2014. It's just 1 week before Memorial Day in Columbus, Georgia, and residents in the state's 2nd largest city are enjoying a warm Sunday evening.
Columbus, Georgia is a city of about 200,000 on the border of Georgia on the Chattahoochee River.
It's a smaller version of Atlanta, and also a city where the people are known for working really hard.
But for one neighborhood, this pleasant Sunday comes to a grinding halt.
There's a guy that needs help out here.
At approximately 10:30 p.m., 911 received a call from a gentleman stating that he had seen a man laying in the street and it appeared as though he was injured.
He said it seems that the man was stabbed and there's a knife laying next to him.
Once on the scene, officers are baffled by what they find. Or rather, what they don't.
They looked for a body in the street and they did not find one.
They can't find any evidence of a crime.
With no sign of anything suspicious, officers are about to give up the search.
But then they saw a female run out of the house.
Help us, please!
She's begging for help, saying that her boyfriend, Anthony Murray, had just been stabbed.
As a single father, 30-year-old Anthony Murray was searching for a new beginning.
He had recently broken up with his girlfriend and the mother of his children.
But he had children that he wanted to be responsible for. He wanted to be a good father.
His kids were his world, but most of the time, they lived with their mom and he would get lonely. He wanted somebody to share his life with.
So eventually, Anthony dove back into the dating scene.
That's cool, you got kids?
And there, he found Priscilla.
In early 2013, Anthony met Priscilla Morgan and they began a relationship.
Anthony and Priscilla had this instant chemistry.
Like Anthony, Priscilla was also a single parent.
My oldest, he just moved out, but I still have 3 girls at home.
She was committed to working really hard to just provide a good living for her and her children.
Everything I do for them.
Anthony soon found himself head over heels for Priscilla.
And as for Priscilla, she saw Anthony as the father figure her daughters needed.
Priscilla was looking to establish that family unit. And she believed that he was the right person to do this with.
He took care of those 3 daughters as if they were his own, and they became quite attached to him.
Anthony was fully committed.
He moved into Priscilla's home with her 3 daughters, and the family grew even closer.
Priscilla and Anthony had really worked on building this blended family together.
But now, a year into building their life together, Priscilla is screaming for help outside the couple's home after a 911 call alerted Columbus police of a man stabbed in the street.
Priscilla grabbed the attention of the police officers, and she said, "He is in here."
My boyfriend, Anthony! Come on!
He's over here. When officers enter the home, they find Anthony on the kitchen floor, unresponsive.
He doesn't appear to be breathing, so the officers started CPR and continued until the paramedics arrived.
While they work to quickly get Anthony to the hospital, officers turn to Priscilla for an explanation.
She states that she and Anthony had taken the kids to a barbecue at the neighbor's house on the next block.
However, according to Priscilla, Anthony left the party early.
Then she received a phone call from him.
He says he'd gotten into it with some guys on the way home.
Priscilla says he sounded like he was in a lot of pain, so she immediately went home.
When she got home, she'd found him inside of the kitchen, and he was holding his chest.
But instead of answering her, he just collapsed on the floor.
At 30 years old, Anthony Murray was embracing a new start, devoting himself to his children, his new girlfriend, Priscilla Morgan, and her 3 girls.
After a year of dating, Priscilla Morgan and Anthony Murray were well on their way of building a life together.
But now first responders are rushing Anthony to the hospital after finding him unconscious in the couple's home.
Anthony had gotten into a random altercation with gentlemen outside of the home, and he collapsed inside of the kitchen.
The big thing that the patrol officers want to do is to secure the witnesses.
But Priscilla claims she doesn't know very much.
Upon initially questioning Priscilla, she said Anthony didn't tell her any details.
However, one element of her story stands out.
She did not give specific names, but she said Ant was beaten up by some other guys.
It seemed like it was more than one.
Which means they're on the hunt for multiple attackers.
They would have to try to figure out were there any enemies that Ant had, or if anyone had been upset with Ant.
Unfortunately, Priscilla says she has no clue who could have done this.
That leads to the possibility that maybe it was a stranger that stabbed Ant in an effort to rob him.
But as Priscilla explains the events to officers, something catches their eye.
Police noted that the floor was wet, and she said the reason why the floor was wet is because she was concerned that Ant was unconscious.
Priscilla told them that she tried to get him to wake up, but she couldn't, so she grabbed a cup of water and threw it on him, trying to revive him.
All right, tell you what, let's just go back to the station.
With backup on the way, officers ask Priscilla to come down to the station.
The responding officer was asked to take her to the police headquarters so that she could give a recorded statement. And Priscilla Morgan agreed to go.
At that time, Priscilla's mom was called to take custody of their children.
While Priscilla heads to the station, a detective joins the crime scene investigator at the scene.
They started in the kitchen where responding officers found Anthony lying on the floor.
Though looking around, it doesn't appear like much of a crime scene.
There was no visible blood, but the floor was wet from where Priscilla said that she'd thrown water on Anthony.
Also, there were no knives on the floor, but there were 4 other knives in the drawer, and there was 1 knife in the sink.
The sink was full of soapy water, but as far as they can tell, there were no traces of blood anywhere around the sink or on the knives.
Still, because those tools are readily available, they took those as evidence.
It's standard procedure, just to be sure that they covered all their bases.
Moving to the rest of the home, the detective finds no signs of a struggle.
They were looking for overturned furniture, disarray, holes in the walls, any tools or weapons that could be used to assault someone, but they find none of that on the scene.
They also found that there was no sign of forced entry.
To the detective, everything seems to line up with Priscilla's story.
If that's the case, then maybe this fight really did happen in the street.
But outside, the detective finds much of the same.
The investigators don't find any blood, they don't find knives, they don't find anything that would lead them to this altercation actually happened on the street outside the residence.
As they push into the neighborhood, police are met with even more mysteries.
No one seems to have remembered any type of altercation taking place.
And so that's where investigators, I'm sure, become very suspicious of her story.
And unfortunately, none of the neighbors had any type of security cameras.
With no witnesses to the supposed street fight, the detective has only one more place to check: the party Anthony had gone to that night.
Detectives make their way back to the location of the party.
By the time the detective arrives, it's clear the party's winding down.
The party was somewhat over, but there was still a few people hanging around.
However, the first person they want to talk to is the party's host.
She confirmed that Anthony, Priscilla, and their 3 daughters were there that night.
As the party wore on, they ended up putting a movie on for the kids, and the adults were just hanging out.
She said she was in the kitchen making dinner plates for the kids. There was an argument.
Hey, stop!
Seriously, Ed, grow up!
You saw what she did, and you know what she was trying to do.
What's your problem?
She said Anthony and Priscilla had been arguing over a woman.
What is going on?
According to a poll conducted by National Public Radio, 1/4 of American adults fear being attacked in their own neighborhoods. Of Black respondents, 25% said they feared being harmed, while less than 20% of white respondents shared the same concern. Following the brutal stabbing that left Anthony Murray gravely injured, police have tracked his evening to the home of his neighbor.
Anthony and Priscilla were at her party prior to this incident taking place.
At first, she said the party was going great.
But late into the evening, a heated argument broke out between Anthony and his girlfriend, Priscilla.
She said Anthony and Priscilla had been arguing over another woman.
She tells detectives she's not exactly sure what was going on, but she believes that it has something to do with flirting.
And now the detective has to consider, could he be dealing with a love triangle?
Love triangles are almost always messy, so that definitely can cause some problems and some animosity.
When I came back, but apparently it wasn't Anthony that was flirting, it was Priscilla.
She surprises detectives by saying that she knows that Priscilla had been with women in the past, and she knows this personally.
I don't know if he was jealous or what, but he wasn't happy.
She said that she didn't really know what happened.
Anthony immediately collected the kids and left.
Priscilla, however, stayed behind.
After that, she said she drove over to her friend's house to pick up her kids.
When the party's host returned, she was surprised by who she found on her front doorstep.
Priscilla was gone, but her 3 kids were back.
And I wasn't really expecting for them to be here, and I asked the kids what was wrong.
They were upset, saying that Anthony popped Priscilla in the mouth.
If that's the truth, it sheds a whole new light on this investigation.
Rather than getting jumped, could this possibly be some type of domestic dispute between the couple?
To know for sure, they'll need the full story.
So the detective began questioning and talking to some of the attendees of the party.
And one guest was actually in the dining room when the altercation occurred.
According to her, she says it all started with this other woman.
The witness stated that she came into the dining room dancing in a very seductive manner.
Apparently, it seemed like she was flirting with Priscilla.
And Anthony didn't take this well at all.
Given the couple's background, the detective can see why.
Priscilla had been known to have a relationship with other girls, and that is a big reason why Ant was as upset as he was when she did the provocative dance.
Though apparently, that was just the beginning.
Hey, what are you trying to do? Stop it!
And witnesses stated that Anthony asked her to stop, but she didn't.
Or what, Aunt?
She kept pushing, then Priscilla got up and danced with her.
That's when Anthony snapped.
Anthony jumped out of his seat and grabbed the woman in a headlock.
It shocked everyone, including Priscilla.
Let her go!
He was mild-mannered, so a lot of people were surprised when he showed a little bit of violence at the party.
And then Priscilla began yelling at Anthony.
And grow up!
You saw what she did?
She's just joking!
Priscilla berated Anthony for getting upset, and Anthony eventually relented.
He let her go, and he left with the kids immediately after that.
Now the detective is beginning to second-guess Priscilla's statement.
With Priscilla's original statement saying that Anthony had gotten into it with some random guys in the neighborhood on his way home, it was starting to look a bit unlikely.
It seems Anthony and Priscilla were actually the ones fighting.
Maybe the argument continued at home. He struck her, like the kids said, and she stabbed him in retaliation.
Now, detectives figure it's time to hear Anthony's side of the story.
Hopefully, Anthony's awake and willing to talk.
However, when detectives get to the hospital to see if they can speak directly with Anthony, they get some bad news.
The ER docs pronounced Anthony dead on arrival.
As investigators in Columbus, Georgia try to piece together the events leading up to the stabbing of Anthony Murray, they sadly learn the young man has succumbed to his injuries.
Anthony Murray was pronounced dead soon after arrival to the emergency room.
Back at the station, the detective receives Anthony's autopsy and gets a closer look at what killed the 30-year-old father.
In Anthony's case, it was just one single puncture wound, but that knife hit vital organs.
It was enough to puncture his lung.
There was damage done to his rib as well as his aorta and pulmonary artery.
It may have been one stab wound, but it's clearly a brutal injury.
Thinking back to the scene, detectives remember one stark detail.
On the floor, there was no blood.
What it indicates is that there was a cleanup.
But that's not the only thing the autopsy report reveals.
Opposite of where the stab wound was, on the left side of his chest, was what appeared to be a fresh bite mark.
Curiously, there also seems to be a healed bite mark on the upper right part of Anthony's chest.
Clearly, the evidence isn't matching up with Priscilla's story.
The fresh bite marks and the old bite marks does not fit the narrative of some random altercation.
Now, what it does sound like is an ongoing domestic violence situation.
But with Anthony gone, police are running out of options.
Now, detectives turn to the only other witnesses that they have, Priscilla's children.
They saw some part of the argument, and they are detectives' last hope at learning the truth.
Police asked the daughters to be transported to the public safety building, and Priscilla's mother agreed to it.
After the girls arrive at the station, the detective interviews each of them separately, starting with the oldest.
Tell me what you remember.
She confirms that she and her sisters had gone to the cookout with Anthony and Priscilla.
To a party. And I was just with the other kids.
She said they spent most of their time hanging out with the other kids watching a movie.
But she said she knew that Aunt was mad with her mother for dancing with another woman.
I heard Anthony and my mom arguing. He got so mad.
Eventually, Anthony said it was time for them to go.
She told them that Anthony took them back home and then went back to the party to go get her mom.
By the time they got back home, Anthony and Priscilla were going at it.
She said the fight started soon as they came in the house.
You went too far.
Well, she should have stopped when I asked.
Detectives asked her if this was a physical fight, and she said, no, my mom was just cussing Anthony out.
But then Anthony and Priscilla went into a bedroom where the argument continued.
That's when things got physical.
Priscilla's daughter said that she actually heard her mom say, "Get your hands off of me."
Then she heard her mom say, "You busted my lip."
Did you see him hit her?
No.
No?
And she says the whole fight was highly unusual.
Her daughter said she's seen them argue, but never seen them get physical.
The daughter says she really likes Anthony. He's always nice. He's never mean to her and her sisters.
She couldn't understand how Anthony would ever hit her mom.
Though moments later, Priscilla emerged from the bedroom.
Priscilla's daughter says she's not clear whether Anthony hit her mom or not.
But Priscilla was very upset.
And when her mom came out of the bedroom, she asked her for her cell phone because her battery on her cell phone was dead.
She says her mom made one call to her uncle.
Priscilla called her brother and said, "Aunt just hit me.
Put his hands on me.
You better come here before I do something."
Meaning pretty much she'll take care of it.
After that, Priscilla told the three girls they needed to leave.
She tells the girls to return back to the party a block over.
I didn't know what was going on. I was afraid, and my sisters, they were upset.
When the detective talks to the younger girls, their stories all align.
Each of the daughters noted how unusual it was for Priscilla to send them anywhere at that time of night.
What this means now is that all of these girls are telling the truth.
Police decide it's time to talk to Priscilla again.
When detectives talk with Priscilla, she's been there several hours, waiting to speak with them.
When they sit down, Priscilla makes a shocking move.
Priscilla started changing up her story.
She gives her second version of what happened.
So here's what really happened.
She was at her house with her 3 daughters when Aunt opened up the door and said he had just been stabbed, and that is when he fell to the floor.
Then she sent the kids back to the party because she didn't want them to see everything.
But the detective is losing patience.
They already heard from the partygoers and Priscilla's own daughters about what they saw happen.
Priscilla, I need you to stop lying to me.
Detectives tell her, according to several witnesses, that she claimed that Anthony had assaulted her.
Then you went and called your brother and asked him to come over before you did something bad to Anthony. Is that not what happened?
No.
That's when the detective breaks the news.
Anthony's dead.
When they inform her that Anthony was dead, then she becomes emotional.
She simply states, I had nothing to do with it.
I didn't kill him.
A detective investigating the now murder of 30-year-old Anthony Murray has confronted his girlfriend, Priscilla Morgan, armed with new information.
Detectives learned that earlier that evening, Anthony and Priscilla had been arguing.
And then things escalated back at home.
So they come to the conclusion that a domestic dispute more than likely occurred and led to the stabbing of Anthony Murray.
But when the detective informs Priscilla of Anthony's death,
Anthony's dead.
She only has one thing to say.
I didn't kill him.
If that's true, the detective has just one other suspect in mind.
The 3 daughters heard Priscilla call up her brother and say, Anthony has just hit me.
And hit me.
And she said, you better come over here before I do something.
So did her brother actually hear her cry for help and he intervened?
Hoping to get Priscilla to confess any involvement, the detective offers her a way out.
They are compassionate with her in regards to the fact that is she possibly a victim of domestic violence?
But Priscilla is unmoved.
Unfortunately for the detectives, Priscilla really wasn't cooperating.
So he changes gears.
He started questioning her about the bite marks on his chest. And she says they were old.
They look old.
But he's really not believing what she's saying because one of the bite marks was really fresh.
So police confronted her with the fact that she was inconsistent with what happened.
Eventually, Priscilla relents.
She admits that they had been arguing, and she sent the kids back to the party so that they would not see them fighting.
Priscilla does say once the kids left, things did kind of escalate in the kitchen.
She said that Aunt picked up a knife.
She said she grabbed the knife in response to Anthony grabbing his knife.
And that is when Aunt charged at her.
What happened next was something she never could have imagined.
Anthony ran into the knife.
Oh my God, oh my God.
Though if that's the case, what happened to the knives?
Priscilla says she's not sure what happened to them.
They showed her the pictures of knives that they found at the scene. Priscilla said none of those were the knives that was used for the stabbing.
No.
But she also says that soon after the stabbing, her cousin came over.
Priscilla told the police that her brother sent him to the house.
And according to Priscilla, he's also the person who called 911.
There's a guy that needs help out here.
She did not want to put anything on him or blame him for this, but she does know that the knives were there.
You probably know where they are.
With one mystery solved, the detective backtracks to the stabbing itself.
When police asked her to demonstrate exactly what happened, she said that Ant lunged at her with a knife.
So they handed her a pen and wanted her to reenact kind of like what took place.
But as they watch Priscilla reenact the stabbing, a strange detail emerges.
The way that Priscilla was saying the knife was held, and when you compare it to where Anthony was stabbed, it just wasn't adding up.
The knife was in her left hand, held slightly above her waist.
And when you look at the height difference, it doesn't quite match up.
In addition, Anthony's injuries were much more severe than what would have resulted from Priscilla's version of events.
You would have to deliberately make a stabbing effort, a strong force to be able to do the damage that Ant received.
It's not the kind of thing that's going to happen from someone lunging at another person.
You sure that's how you was holding?
Yet Priscilla pushes back, insisting that's exactly how things played out.
Positive.
When police point out the inconsistencies, she does not admit to what happened. She sticks with the last thing that she says.
Regardless, Priscilla's confession is enough for police to press charges.
So at the end of the interview, they place her under arrest for murder and using a weapon in the commission of a crime.
With Priscilla in custody, the detective now turns to her cousin.
So, tell me what happened.
He states he and Priscilla's brother were actually together when they received the phone call that Anthony had put his hands on Priscilla.
We were concerned, so we drove over there.
And when they got there, they found Anthony on the kitchen floor. He said they tried to wake him. And that is when Priscilla's brother threw water on him.
But he didn't know exactly what had happened until he raised him up and saw the hole in his chest.
So did you see any knives? Anything?
Yeah.
When he walked into the residence, 2 knives were at the feet of Anthony Murray, and he picked up the knives and placed them by the sink.
With few ways to help the situation, he and Priscilla's brother decided to leave.
That is when Aaron said that he proceeded to make the 911 call.
Still, the detective has no choice but to arrest him for tampering with evidence.
That's when he starts to tell detectives more about the couple's relationship.
They were always fighting, especially her.
He said there was one time in particular where he watched her beat the crap out of him, and he had to pull her off of him.
It's a shocking claim, one the detective needs to dig deeper on.
Based on what they learned, they decide to pull a criminal background on Priscilla.
They discovered that this was not the first time she was involved in what is domestic violence.
Priscilla has a long history of violence. In fact, she beat one of her boyfriends with a tire iron.
We often think of women as victims of domestic violence. It's very rare that men report that they are being abused, and it's very rare that they receive the empathy when they do report it due to stigma, and that's unfortunate. And so as advocates, we need to continue to make sure that we make places safe for everyone who deserves support through intimate partner violence.
The detective investigating the stabbing death of Anthony Murray has just learned that his murder suspect, Priscilla Morgan, has a history of domestic violence.
Miss Morgan had some priors that were at least somewhat similar to this, and that they involved domestic violence, with her being the aggressor against other men.
The first incident the detective finds is from more than 10 years ago in 2002.
Priscilla had gotten into an argument with someone she had been dating on and off.
Apparently, after the argument, he ditched Priscilla at the club and went home.
Which led Priscilla to concoct a plan for revenge.
She proceeded to call her daughter's father, Mario, and told him that her boyfriend had punched her at the club.
So Mario gathered up a couple of his friends.
And she called her boyfriend to meet at a certain nearby school here in Columbus.
But when he arrived, Mario and his friends jumped him.
These guys held the boyfriend down, and she proceeded in beating him with a tire iron.
At that time, Priscilla was arrested for aggravated assault, but those charges were later dismissed.
As happens in some cases, female on male domestic, it's not uncommon that the male doesn't make the big thing of it.
However, Priscilla's record shows a report for a second assault a year later.
In December 2003, she was arrested for assaulting Mario.
And one particular detail of the incident sticks out to the detective.
Police found out that she bit him on the shoulder,
leading them to a singular belief.
If you upset her, she's gonna make you pay. And that's what she did.
But even with all their evidence, will it be enough to convince a jury?
When Priscilla goes on trial for murder in 2015, the prosecutors paint her as the aggressor.
According to their open, Priscilla was furious that Anthony had struck her during that altercation.
But rather than call 911 and report the alleged assault, Priscilla called her brother.
You need to get over here before I do something to him.
Then she dismissed her 3 daughters and sent them back to the party.
What happened next, according to prosecutors, is Priscilla picked up a knife.
She was going to make him pay. And in her anger, in her disgust, she stabbed him.
And for Priscilla, it wasn't enough just to hurt Anthony.
Priscilla struck Ant with such ferocity that all it took was one stab for him to die.
To bolster their argument, the prosecution lets her criminal past speak for itself.
There was what prosecutors call a pattern of conduct.
We used her prior incidents as evidence to persuade a jury that that is what happened.
When it's the defense's turn, they remain adamant Anthony was the aggressor.
They're sticking to their story that Priscilla only grabbed the knife to defend herself against Anthony.
She had a very good lawyer, and he did what he could to convince the jury that this was self-defense.
When the jury returns with a verdict, it seems Priscilla's self-defense claim worked. At least somewhat.
The jury ended up acquitting her of the murder charges as well as the possession of a knife charge. But they convicted her of the aggravated assault.
I would say I was a little surprised that they found guilty on aggravated assault and not guilty on the felony murder, because there's no question as far as cause of death that this is what caused Mr. Murray's death.
Regardless, the lighter verdict also brings a lighter sentence.
The judge then sentences Priscilla to 20 years, 15 in prison and 5 on probation.
They didn't really have any physical evidence as far as her even being hit by him. But to me, it was really more so premeditated because you sent the kids away, you know?
I don't understand how she was not found guilty of malice murder. I think the jury made a huge mistake.
As for Priscilla's brother and cousin, they're never convicted in connection with her crime.
Charging decisions are based on what we think the evidence shows, and was there enough? In this case, no.
Even so, there's no denying Priscilla's actions had far-reaching consequences.
When it's all said and done, Anthony's kids will have to.
Every time Jonte got into anything, Two-Face, Heavy, call my mama. I wasn't there. And that's like my biggest regret, that I wasn't there for him.
He saw the vehicle pull up. He instantly hears gunfire. Just shooting.
When you're in a relationship that is hostile and volatile and unpredictable and unsafe, you do reach a breaking point.
People do act different ways. People may be frightened, people may be angry.
It's not about love anymore. It's about property, what's mine.
17 shell casings tell a story within itself, right? It says someone wanted someone dead.
August 27th, 2017. Around 1:30 a.m., police in Detroit, Michigan respond to the scene of a terrifying car accident.
A 911 call was placed because a vehicle had crashed into a church. One of the walls in the parking lot, a vehicle had driven through the wall of the parking lot, and they believe they saw a person inside the vehicle.
Responders get to the scene and they notice a 20-something-year-old man slumped over, barely breathing.
At those hours, it's typically pretty quiet. The person was driving eastbound on Mack Avenue. It looks like they lost control around this location. You can see the tires in the grass. He went through a 3-foot high brick wall, and then his vehicle came to a rest in a parking lot.
Upon closer inspection, officers spot evidence of a reason for the crash.
They notice bullet holes on the driver's side of the vehicle, as well as blood dripping from the man's body.
EMS now arrives and discovers that the person is shot. There's a chest wound. Now it's turning into a different investigation.
First responders are able to identify him as 29-year-old Jonte Brooks. They jump into action and they rush him to the hospital because they try to save this man's life.
Jonte Maurice Lewis Brooks was born in 1988. His mother, Teresa Brooks, had him when she was little more than a child herself.
Jonte is my firstborn. I was really happy when he first got home, and my mom took care of him because I was just 17. So she took care of us together, you know.
Jonte grew up in a loving, close-knit family. He had 3 brothers, 1 sister. Unfortunately, Jonte's father was not in the picture, so he took it upon himself at a very early age to be the man of the family.
In high school, Jonte's charm made him popular with the girls in his class. But he only had eyes for one young woman in particular, named Dewayna.
He can stay away from her, she can stay away from him. So they were right together. They had a great relationship. They went to the prom together. It's beautiful.
They were head over heels in love with each other, and they were overjoyed when they had their first child. Not having a father in his life, Jonte took the role of being a father very seriously. So he was a very active dad.
Although they never married, the couple went on to have 4 more children together, and Jonte worked hard to support them.
Jonte eventually figured out that he thrived working with his hands and landed a career in landscaping. He took a lot of pride in his work and creating beautiful landscapes for all of his clients.
Settling down at such a young age sometimes put a strain on the relationship. But the couple always seemed to work things out.
They broke up for a second, and then they got right back together. And I knew that it was just love. They couldn't stay away from each other.
However, during one of their breaks, Jonte fathered a child with another woman. Eventually, there was no more getting back together.
Even though he and the mom eventually went their separate ways, he still prioritized co-parenting and being there for all of his children.
He was a great dad. He went, picked them up, took them wherever he went, brought them over to the house. Even if he wasn't going to be there, he still had the kids there, always.
Even if he wasn't with the mothers any longer, he was right there, being a great father figure to all of them.
Really proud of him, because there's a lot of men out here that have kids and just don't even recognize them. He didn't have a lot, but for sure he had those kids with him by his side, whatever he was doing.
In the fall of 2016, Jonte decided to take another chance on love with 26-year-old Minyetta Yeager.
Minyetta actually pursued Jonte, and he found this really appealing because she would take the initiative. And so she would take him out on dates, pick him up for dates, pay for things, and this was unfamiliar to someone who had to provide for everyone in his life. They had a really happy relationship, always spending time together, going on dates, and just really excited about the future.
He actually thinks that she may potentially be the one. But as in oftentimes in cases like this, you know, there's a hiccup along the way and the relationship begins to fade and it falls apart.
By 2017, Jonte had simplified his life, focusing on spending time with his children. But now, he's clinging to life. Detroit police have determined Jonte lost consciousness and crashed into a church after someone shot him. The question is who?
There's no guns in the car, there's no passenger in the vehicle, so obviously somebody from outside the vehicle fired into the car. We try to figure out, one is motive. Was this person an intentional target? Was it an accident?
Witnesses tell police a truck was pursuing Jonte shortly before he crashed.
Several witnesses noticed the white minivan seemed to be trying to get away from the red pickup truck. However, once the white minivan crashed into the church, the red pickup truck fled the scene. They were not able to see the license plate. However, they did notice there were 2 people in the vehicle, a man and a woman.
Unfortunately, none of them saw the shooting.
Officers surveyed the scene and noticed there are no shell casings at the church. They realized the shooting must have occurred somewhere else.
We would call that a 2-part scene. The secondary crime scene would have been where he was found. The original crime scene would be where he was shot.
One theory was that this was possibly a road rage incident, because that's what normally happens if you see one vehicle chasing another down the road.
In that specific area, we haven't responded to too many homicides. There is a little bit of prostitution over there. There's some breaking and entering of automobiles and stolen cars and things of that nature. Now, the investigative wheels are spinning to where this could have happened at.
As officers are surveying the scene, they notice down the street at the gas station, there are multiple cars and blue flashing lights. And they wonder, is this part of the current scene?
In the early morning hours of August 17, 2017, Detroit police begin their investigation into the shooting of 29-year-old Jonte Brooks. Before they've even finished witnesses, they receive some tragic news.
Unfortunately, the paramedics were not able to save his life, and he does die at the hospital. He was killed from a single bullet that went through his right shoulder and went through his lungs.
So now you have a murder investigation. And now, where was he murdered?
Flashing lights from patrol cars at a gas station nearby tip off officers to the possible location.
Coincidentally, there's a crime scene just down the street. Second call that had come in for shots fired at the gas station. Officers at the scene were quickly able to determine that the two incidents were connected.
When investigators arrive, they find evidence of a relentless attack. 17 spent shell casings scattered on the ground.
Officers notice all 17 shell casings are the same, so they seemingly come from the same weapon, meaning there's probably just one shooter. After Jonte was shot, he tried to get away. Unfortunately, he succumbed to his injuries, swerved and drove right into the church and crashed.
You have a two-part scene, so we would have to break those two up and then have evidence techs or our crime scene services section document each location.
17 shell casings tell a story within itself, right? It says someone wanted someone dead.
Officers talked to the gas station owner, and he says he then noticed a red pickup truck pull up and a white minivan pulled up right next to it. He heard some arguing and heard some gunshots, about 6 or 7 of them.
The owner tells police that when he ran to the window, he caught a glimpse of the shooter.
The gas station owner noticed it was a young black woman shooting at the white minivan. At this point, the white minivan pulled out and sped off. The woman followed, shooting on foot at the white minivan, then jumped back into the red pickup truck and tried to follow him.
Unfortunately, he's unable to provide a description of the driver or the license plate.
People don't look out the window and expect a homicide to happen and say, I'm documenting it step by step by step. I'm looking at my watch. Okay, it's now. They're not doing that. You know, you're busy doing this. All of a sudden you hear something, you look, and you only capture this much.
Luckily, the gas station has security cameras covering the entire area.
What's better than the witness account is the video at the store, which captures the event in its entirety from start to finish.
Officers review the surveillance footage, and they notice an older black man driving the vehicle and a young black woman in the passenger seat. She's on her phone, and she seems very animated as she's talking. At this point, a white minivan pulls up beside them with the window rolled down. They start to argue, and the young lady jumps out of the vehicle and starts shooting at the white minivan.
Based on the video footage, there wasn't any delay. There was no physical contact. There wasn't any of that.
The video provides investigators with enough information to identify the driver.
Not only does the surveillance footage show the shooting happening, it also reveals the license plate of the vehicle. They're able to tell the vehicle belongs to 44-year-old LeBaron Borum. The officers check his DMV photo, and they notice there is a resemblance to the person in the surveillance video. The officers also realize he lives in the neighborhood of the gas station.
From that, we did surveillance and were able to locate the vehicle parked in the driveway. And from there, we were able to locate and eventually interview the owner of that red pickup.
Ultimately, police arrive at LeBaron's door, and they have questions for him.
At this point, He's the one that ultimately gets to decide what role he wants to play in this investigation. In these investigations, typically when you have multiple defendants, whether it's a bank robbery with 4 or 5 defendants or a homicide with 3 or 4 defendants, typically the first person that comes to the table to talk to the prosecutors will get the best outcome.
And he spills it all. It ends up being a very wild night and a wild scene.
Detroit police are questioning 44-year-old LeBaron Borum, one of 2 suspects identified at the scene of Jonte Brooks' murder. According to LeBaron, he was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time.
He says he was strictly trying to be a good Samaritan, and he just got caught up in a very bad situation.
LeBaron says it began with an argument between 2 strangers on his front lawn.
LeBaron tells the officers his son ran into the house and told him, "Dad, there's a van that ran up onto our yard." At this point, LeBaron went outside to see what was going on.
What he says is that he notices there's a female and a male, they're arguing, there's some type of altercation going on. Ultimately, he says the male gets into the vehicle, and it appears that he's about to run the female over. She ultimately gets out of the way and he drives on in this white van.
LeBaron tells the officers he does recognize the lady from the neighborhood. It is 27-year-old Minnietta Yeager.
He knew the man arguing with Minnietta as well. It was her ex-boyfriend, Jonte Brooks.
What he stated was that he was aware that Miss Yeager and Mr. Brooks were in a tumultuous type of relationship.
By the time LeBaron came to her aid, Jonte had already driven away.
He went to help Miss Yeager, thinking that this was a woman in distress. And she ultimately says, "Hey, yes, can you go after this white van? That's my mother's van. I gotta get it back. I'm concerned my boyfriend just attacked me and he took the van." He had no clue that she had a gun on her. So he ultimately lets Miss Yeager into his vehicle and they drive off looking for this white minivan.
While they were chasing Jonte, Minnietta called police to report the van stolen. Then she called Jonte.
Miss Yeager said her plan was to try to keep Jonte on the phone as long as possible so the police can get to him and he could be arrested.
There's some heated words being said back and forth. Ultimately, he also hears that they agreed to meet up on the east side of Detroit at a gas station in the area of Van Dyke and Warren Avenue. And this would have been around 1 o'clock in the morning on August 27th. When they get to the gas station, there's no Jonte. And so, she instantly calls Jonte on her phone. She argues with him, "Why didn't you show up?" Well, apparently he did show up because he says that he noticed that she was in a vehicle with another man. He's not too happy about that, according to her, and he has choice words. She indicates to LeBaron that he ultimately makes a threat towards her, saying he's gonna kill them.
At this point, LeBaron was reconsidering his decision to get involved, but he ultimately agreed to drive to another gas station.
LeBaron tells the officers Jonte pulled up about a minute later, but then they started arguing because he was highly upset.
He says something to apparently push her buttons. She immediately gets out the vehicle and pulls out a weapon. And she starts to fire into the vehicle that Jonte is in.
Mr. Brooks, without hesitation, just hit the gas and took off. In the course of the shots being fired at the vehicle, Mr. Brooks was shot.
But the harrowing encounter wasn't over yet.
At this point, LeBaron is terrified. He didn't know what just happened. He wanted to just get out of there. However, Ms. Yeager jumped back into the vehicle and told him to just drive.
As Jonte is attempting to get away, He's obviously shot and he's obviously hurt because he then pulls into the lot of a church which is nearby on Mack Avenue and at that point collapses. LeBaron seeing this and Miss Yeager seeing this as they're chasing him, they then decide to pull off and keep going. What LeBaron indicates to the police is that he noticed some lights behind him and, you know, he freaks out.
He saw the police coming and he did not want to be a part of that at all.
He decides to turn down a side street. He ultimately makes his way back home. And strangely enough, he says that Miss Yeager just gets out the vehicle and walks back home. Doesn't say a single word. And from that point, he says he doesn't hear from her ever again. In fact, you know, he doesn't hear anything else until police arrive at his door.
Investigators believe LeBaron is telling the truth. Unfortunately, his actions still make him an accessory to murder.
I don't know if Miss Yeager was intentionally trying to kill Mr. Brooks, but her reckless display of firing a weapon and her disregard for life or anything, the outcome was ultimately homicide. So here we are.
He is ultimately charged as an accessory after the fact. And police charged him because he helped her flee the scene. And then he doesn't immediately go to police.
Hours after the murder of Detroit native Jonte Brooks, investigators are searching for the woman accused of shooting him. Jonte's ex-girlfriend, Minyetta Yeager. They also reach out to Jonte's loved ones to notify them of his death.
That Sunday morning when I woke up, I'm in Vegas. I woke up, I looked at my phone. My phone is flooded with missed texts and messages. So I listened to one of my voicemails. It was my youngest son. And he said, "Ma," he was crying. He said, "Ma, I can't believe this. This girl killed your son." I called home. I said, "What is going on?" My youngest son said, "Ma, I just got back from the hospital. I had to view him. He said she killed your son." I just lost it. I lost it.
After recovering from the initial shock, Jonte's family tells police they feared something like this might eventually happen.
What we had learned through the investigation was it was a tumultuous relationship.
So while things started out great in the beginning for Jonte, the transition happened when things got a little more hostile in the relationship. So Miss Yeager started calling him a lot, stalking him, accusing him of being with other women, popping up unannounced at his family's house.
I always heard her in my home, but I never cared to meet her or anything because she was loud, you know. Every time she came to my house, she was always loud. And I just told him that, you know, she can't come over no more because she's very disrespectful. And he said, okay.
When partners start showing that behavior of calling him a lot, accusing him of being with other women, at first we take that as a sign of, you know, they like me, they're crazy about me. That behavior tends to get ignored a lot until it's very problematic, right? But at that point, it's a pattern and you find yourself stuck in a relationship, right? That's unhealthy.
I know there was a lot of 911 calls back and forth for the domestic situations between her and him. So there was definitely, from a long-term perspective, there was a buildup.
Jonte's loved ones became even more concerned when they discovered Minyetta's family had a history of violence.
Unfortunately, Mineta was no stranger to this type of violence. Her sister years prior had murdered her ex-boyfriend and his current girlfriend.
I told my son, I said, Jonte, Mineta is dangerous. Stay away. He was young. He said, okay, I know, Mom, I know. But he didn't.
In August 2017, 2 weeks before Jonte's murder, the family says he and Mineta got into a heated argument.
Miss Yeager was very erratic and emotional at this time. Jonte's mother showed the police officers her ring camera. And it shows Mrs. Yeager standing outside her house, banging on the door, yelling for Jonte to come out. He refuses to come out. However, finally, he does come to the door.
They got into it. She bust out all my windows in my front of my house. And then she also bust out the window in my car.
But despite Mineta's alleged violent outburst, Jonte refused to get police involved.
In a case where you have the male that's the victim, what we oftentimes see is that they don't go to authorities for numerous reasons. One is they're not believed. Those type of cases, unfortunately, aren't taken seriously. And also, it's that male stigma, right? You want to be tough, and to go to police or to go to friends or loved ones and say, hey, I'm being abused by this female, well, takes a little way away from your masculinity. So men feel a little ashamed. You rather walk away. And that's what Jonte was doing here.
Crazy. Crazy.
Instead, he finally decided to break up with her.
August 27th, that's the day he got killed. But that Friday before, I talked to him, and he was like, Mom, I see what everybody is saying. I gotta get away from this girl. I say, Jonte, I agree. He said, I got to get away.
When you're in a relationship that is hostile and volatile and unpredictable and unsafe, you do reach a breaking point, and you don't want to hear from that person anymore. You cut them off completely, and a lot of times that is not well received.
The night before he died, Jonte agreed to meet up with Mineta one last time.
What we know is that on August 26th, Jonte is contacted by Miss Yeager, and she's insistent. She wants to meet with him. She wants to talk. He's trying to tell her, no, it's over. I'm moving on. There's nothing else, I need to talk about. And she wants to meet him at his aunt's house, which is not far from where she lives.
Mineta was always bribing him with money and gifts. Even if he says no, she will still come around. If he don't react the way that she want him to react, she will sit in the driveway and just blow on the horn, just lay on the horn. So this particular night, she did this. Jonte didn't want no problems, because this was my sister's house. And she was beating on the door at first. My sister came to the door and told her that Jonte is asleep. So she go back to the car and just lays on the horn at my sister's home. Jonte came outside and, he went with her.
Just a few hours later, Jonte was dead. And now investigators can't find Mineta anywhere.
They've been canvassing the neighborhood. They put a bolo out. At this point, they even go to the news media because they cannot find her anywhere.
This is on the 11 o'clock news, 6 o'clock news, and ultimately someone does see and does give her information. It's her, it's Miss Yeager herself.
Less than 24 hours after fatally shooting her ex-boyfriend, Jonte Brooks, Mineta Yeager turns herself in to Detroit police.
She was transported to our holding facility, which is the Detroit Detention Center, and I went and interviewed her there. But I believe that she had an opportunity to speak with a lawyer before she turned herself in, so our interview was very short.
The story Mineta tells police is quite different from the one they've heard so far. Mineta claims she's the one who ended the relationship with Jonte, not the other way around.
She says she was abused by Jonte for months now. And at this point, she went to the mother's house because she finally had the courage to break up with him. She says that once she told him that she wanted to break up, he went crazy.
According to Mineta, Jonte is the abuser in the relationship. And on this night, she says that he pulled her out of the van, beat her up, even beat her with a pistol at one point.
She finally was able to get away and run away from him. But no, he took the van and tried to run her over. At this point, LeBaron was there and she saw him and he offered to help.
Mineta says she asked LeBaron to drive her to the gas station, intending to get her van back from Jonte. As she got out of LeBaron's truck, he handed her a gun to protect herself.
She says, in fact, that it was LeBaron who had the weapon and that she was simply there to just talk to Jonte. But she takes the weapon. She's in fear. She's in natural fear. She doesn't know what Jonte's gonna do. She says ultimately, out of self-defense, she shoots at Jonte. That she probably shot once or twice, 2 or 3 times at most. But then she tells police that her memory is foggy about the exact details.
Investigators are skeptical of her claims.
But it didn't make much sense because, you know, she says that she was abused and he was the abuser, but yet she's pursuing him. There's evidence that shows that she's appeared at his mother's house on a couple of occasions and, you know, threw a brick through the mother's windshield, tried to attack him when he opened the door to have a conversation. She says she shot 2 or 3 times at most, but we know from the physical evidence that there were 17 shell casings there at the gas station.
The police had a tough job in this situation because on one hand, we have Mineta, who is reporting abuse, and then on the other hand, they also have contradicting reports where she was the abuser.
In a situation of domestic violence, you'll see signs of abuse. You'll see black eyes, you'll see broken noses, you'll see fat lips and cuts and scars and things of that nature. But in this situation, I don't remember any type of injuries to her. Now, there was a day or two that had passed, so if something healed, I'm sure there's probably some doctors that could argue one way. There's some doctors that could probably argue the other. However, in this situation, I didn't see anything obvious.
I think that people in general expect a bad woman to act and look a certain way, that this person is going to be meek and timid and scared and crying. And in my experience, you don't know how you're going to act. People do act different ways, so we have to investigate.
Mineta's statement also raises another question.
Ms. Yeager said LeBaron gave her a gun, but LeBaron said Ms. Yeager just brandished the gun. So where did the gun come from?
It's a very important detail because if LeBaron, in fact, did hand her this weapon, well, maybe this is not a first-degree murder case. Maybe this is a second-degree murder case or manslaughter.
When investigators re-interview LeBaron Borum, he says Mineta is lying.
LeBaron says he doesn't own a gun, does not have one registered to him or anything. The police even search his home and do not find one.
But Mineta doesn't appear to have the gun either.
In murder cases, oftentimes the defendant, especially when they've had time to flee the scene and head home, they'll discard the weapon, they'll throw it somewhere, they'll hide it someplace, they might pass it on to someone else. Police did search for the weapon but couldn't find it, which is not unusual. But they have enough evidence.
There's a misconception that you need a firearm to prove a homicide occurred or to charge somebody with homicide. That's not true.
The video evidence is pretty damning in and of itself.
On August 30th, 2017, Mineta Yeager is charged with first-degree murder. at her arraignment, she shows little remorse.
It was like around her birthday. And she told the judge, well, can we get this on? Because my birthday is coming up, so I want to get out of here. And the judge say, Miss Mayetta, this is a homicide right here. You're not getting out that fast. Didn't go nowhere. They're supposed to fly away, but they didn't go nowhere. And everybody was saying that's him. Just Dove. But he had a nice funeral.
Nearly a year later, in August 2018, his accused killer, Minyetta Yeager, goes on trial.
Ms. Yeager's crux of her defense was that she was the one being abused. She was the only person who could testify to that, so she had to take the stand if that's what she wanted to do. And she wanted to do that, so she took the stand, and it didn't work out very well. Ms. Yeager indicated there were a couple people that tried to help her when he was assaulting her just previous to this homicide. That didn't bear out. These people, they were never found. There were no visible injuries.
Mayetta is a liar. She was saying that he was beating on her. If he was beating on you, why all the time you're at my house? Why I have to always ask my son to keep you away? We couldn't keep you away.
Prosecutors focus on the night of the shooting, arguing the evidence clearly shows Minyetta was the aggressor.
Video evidence was very specific to show that Miss Yeager went to that gas station with one intention, and one intention only, and that was to seek revenge to Mr. Brooks for taking her vehicle. She didn't get out of the car and flag him down and stop him and say, let's talk, reach her hand out for the exchange of keys. The wheels were still rolling, and she was already out of the neighbor's vehicle and firing at Mr. Brooks. In domestic violence situations and tumultuous relationships, it's not about love anymore. It's about property, what's mine. And I think people ultimately become property to each other as well. You belong to me.
In previous situations, Jonte had kind of acquiesced. This time he was staying true to what he wanted, and he drove off from her, and she did not know how to respond to that, and that led her into a rage.
After a 3-day trial, the jury finds Minyetta Yeager guilty as charged.
We were able to have Ms. Yeager convicted of first-degree murder, and that is mandatory life in prison in the state of Michigan.
And the judge asked her, did she have anything to say to me or the family? She said no. She was looking directly at Dwayna and really smiling, which is evil, pure evil.
LeBaron Borum is also convicted of being an accessory after the fact. He serves less than 2 years in prison.
Whenever you get a guilty verdict on any case, but especially on a homicide, there's a sense of a job well done, that all of your hard work is paid off, and you're especially glad to get that justice for the family. But there's always going to be that sense of loss, and you can never make that family whole.
Everybody tells me that I have to forgive her. I would never forgive her. Never forgive her. This is my first born. She took him away from me, but I don't have anything to say to her. People say hate is a strong word. I want to go above hate. I hate her, and God understands my pain. I don't have to forgive her.
If anyone can learn anything from this, it's to make sure that you do report abuse, that you let your loved ones know what's going on, you let others know what's going on. Most importantly, you let the police know.
I wasn't even there for him, and that was hard. I wasn't there. Every time Jonte got into anything, Two-Face, call my mama. Anything this kid had it, call my mama. I wasn't there, and that's like my biggest regret, that I wasn't there for him. And I know he was in pain. I know.
Deondis was a very sweet kid. The biggest smile, loved to laugh, just loved to have fun.
Deondis wasn't raised in the streets, but he did get in trouble.
There is someone who had been shot. They're lying on the ground. There's a bunch of blood.
It doesn't look like he saw this coming. He was taken by surprise.
They told me, and it was just, I fell to my knees. I just couldn't believe it.
Who do you think would do that to DB? I don't know.
She lured Deondis. She thought he was going to just confront him and maybe fight him.
Right now, you look like a cold-blooded killer. You shoot this guy in the head and then drag him out of the car. No way in hell I was in that car.
This is a case about payback. It's a case about revenge, and it was an execution.
Knoxville, Tennessee is a college town nestled in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains.
We have the University of Tennessee here, which is the major public flagship university of the University of Tennessee system. The Smoky Mountain National Forest, one of the most visited national parks in the country, is here close by to Knoxville.
It's Sunday, October 29th, 2017, just after 10:30 p.m., when the Knoxville Police Department receives a flurry of 911 calls.
Knox County 911. There is someone who had been shot. They're lying on the ground. There's a bunch of blood.
Police are dispatched to a neighborhood in South Knoxville.
That location is kind of a residential area, a place that's not associated typically with this kind of activity.
When officers arrive on scene, there's a victim laying in the road. There's blood everywhere.
The unidentified man appears lifeless, with an apparent gunshot wound to the head.
It was very clear that there was absolutely nothing they could do for this man, and he was pronounced dead at the scene.
One of the first things you want to do as an investigator on a scene like this is figure out who the victim is.
They bring out a small device. It's an integrated automatic fingerprint identification system. If he's been arrested previously, he's applied for professional license, been in the Army, those fingerprints are in that system.
They were able to get his identity through fingerprint identification there at the scene. It was a young man named Deondis Billings, who was 27 years old at the time.
This is the first puzzle piece. We have a victim. How did all of this happen? What led to this?
Born in 1990, Deondis Billings grew up in Knoxville with his mother, father, and siblings.
Deondis was the baby, and he was spoiled rotten, and his daddy spoiled him, and I spoiled him to a certain extent.
Deondis was a very sweet kid. The biggest smile, loved to laugh, just loved to have fun. And as he grew up, he was a sweet teenager.
Deondis' teachers didn't always appreciate his sense of humor.
As a student, he always got in trouble. all the time. I was at the school every time you turn around, class clowning and talking back, just anything. He got in trouble.
Being a class clown is one thing, but his family truly never imagined that he would be in trouble with the law.
But when Deondis was still a teenager, he was convicted in connection with an armed robbery and sentenced to 5 years in prison. His family was stunned.
Deondis wasn't raised in the streets, but he did get in trouble, and he had a visitor every week. Me and his dad would take turns. I would go 1 week, his dad would go 1 week.
So they made sure he constantly had visits. You know, he never felt alone.
Deondis served his time and was released in 2014.
When he went to jail, he was a teenager. When he came home, he was an adult. So things are different now. Technology's different, everything is different. So you have that adjustment period. So he's making the adjustment back to freedom, so to speak.
It did make him hard. He used to tell me, jail, it'll turn you a different kind of way, and it makes you hard, and you have to look out for yourself. He said, you sleep light.
While in prison, Deondis made the best use of his time getting his GED, and when he got out, worked for a maintenance and repair company.
He was wanting to buy a house and start trying to flip the houses. That was his goal. He said, if I could get one house, I can start flipping them.
On June 17, 2017, Deondis suffered a shocking loss when his best friend, J-Rock, was murdered.
J-Rock was Deondis' best friend. J-Rock and Deondis were real like brothers, really, really close. And J-Rock was murdered, so hurt.
Deondis took comfort in his family and in the arms of a new love interest, Zakia.
He did have a girlfriend, and he told me he was going to marry her. He said, Auntie, she's special. She's a school teacher. I said, she is. And he said, yeah.
When I seen him one day, he just had the biggest smile on his face, and he was really happy.
But on October 29th, just 3 months after the death of his best friend, 27-year-old Deondis lies dead in the middle of a South Knoxville road. KPD detectives arrive on the scene.
No shell casings were found. There's a few personal effects, such as a hat and a cell phone case. No ID anywhere, no vehicle.
He had been shot 3 times in the head, and there were tread marks on him, left obviously by a vehicle.
It looked like the person who shot him pushed him out of the vehicle and maybe in their haste to leave the scene, ran over him.
They didn't find a vehicle that belonged to him, and they didn't find a vehicle that looked like it had damage from running over him.
With little physical evidence, detectives look for a witness.
You have to start knocking doors, canvassing the area, locating somebody who's seen something, heard something, or has a camera system. That is so important.
They happen upon someone who lives very close to the scene, and he has cameras. That individual cooperated. They pulled that video up immediately, and wow, it's all there.
The camera actually has the footage of the shooting.
In Knoxville, Tennessee, investigators are on the scene of a fatal shooting that claimed the life of 27-year-old Deondis Billings.
Police spoke with a neighbor who lived down the street. His home had a video surveillance system. They're able to pull up the video.
The video is grainy, it's dark, but it still gives them some leads. It reveals some stunning images, quite frankly. It shows the headlights of a car coming down the road, and the car stops.
Moments later, there is a flash of light inside the car.
A muzzle flash occurs when the pin strikes the primer. There's an explosion of gases along with the temperatures, and the bullet is fired.
After one flash, the car slowly rolls forward. Then there are two other flashes. That's when the car jumps the curb and runs into a street sign.
The male jumps out of the rear passenger seat, runs around to the driver's side door, and pulls Deondis Billings' body out, leaving him in the road.
The person got in the vehicle, got behind the wheel of the vehicle, and drove off, but not before putting that car in reverse and rolling over the body. They're able to tell what type of car it is from the video. That allows them to put out a be on the lookout for that particular vehicle, and they're able to get that out to other patrol officers in the area.
It's going to be a 2010 to 2011 black Nissan Altima, tinted windows, factory wheels and tires. Black male driver. There'll be some blood and crime scene inside the car. It's stopped tonight, so.
10-4, still all channels in bold.
After they wrap up at the crime scene, investigators pay a visit to Deondis' mother.
The doorbell rung, and my husband got up and went to the door, and I heard him saying, "Why you want to know what is it?" I kept hearing that, "What is it? What is it?" So I got up and I said, "What's going on?" That's when the detectives was there, and they told me, and it was just, I fell to my knees. I just couldn't believe it. And I asked them, "Are they sure? Was they sure that it was him?" And they was like, "Yeah, we're sure." I just felt numb. I could not grasp that he has died.
Crystal is really upset, but they have to talk to her because she might have valuable information that can help them identify the shooter.
She told them that she was actually expecting her son that night, that he had told her he was going to come by, grab a plate, but he never showed up. When someone goes missing, or in this case worse, they go to those closest to that individual. And so detectives did ask Crystal if Deondis had a girlfriend, and they named Zakia. She owns a Nissan Maxima, and she would let Deondis drive it from time to time. It's the same kind of car that was seen in the video.
Detectives leave Crystal to follow up on the lead.
Detectives go out to Zakia's home and speak with her. They're not sure what her involvement is at that point.
Deondis' girlfriend tells investigators that he had borrowed her car about 6 or 7 at night to drive to his parents' house to pick up a plate. She talked to him around 9 p.m., and that was the last time that she heard from him. He didn't say where he was going or what he was doing.
After talking with her and her full cooperation, they realize she's not involved.
But now they can add that license plate to the be on the lookout so officers can look for that vehicle.
They enter the Nissan's information into NCIC, the National Crime Information Center. This notifies police that that vehicle was stolen and identified in a homicide.
Word of Deondis' death spreads quickly through the night.
I called my sister. My husband called his sister. It was just all night. We were still just in a state of shock.
The phone rang, and it was my sister, and I picked up the phone, and she screamed, "They killed Deondis." And I remember saying, "What?" And she said, "They killed Deondis." And I just started screaming. We got in the car, and my husband drove me to my sister's house. By this time, the house is full. His friends are there, family is there. Everybody's trying to figure out what happened, what's going on. My sister is totally devastated. She's just broken. She's broken.
I laid down and tried to sleep. I couldn't sleep. I just felt numb. I could not grasp that he has died.
Detectives aren't resting either. The morning after the shooting, they attend the autopsy.
What investigators learned is that DeAndis was shot 3 times, once to the right ear and twice around the right ear. And this simply confirms that DeAndis was in the driver's seat and whoever shot him was next to him, just like the video showed.
It doesn't look like he saw this coming. He was taken by surprise.
A few hours later, detectives get news they have been waiting for.
Around noon on Monday, the day after the shooting, police find that Maxima, and it's abandoned behind an apartment complex.
They can see that there's a blown-out window, the door's ajar.
And detectives could see blood.
The morning after 27-year-old DeAndis Billings was gunned down on a South Knoxville street, detectives have located a vehicle they believe was involved.
Zacchaeus Maxima was found abandoned behind an apartment complex on Knoxville's north side, about 15 minutes from where DeAndis' body was found.
Detectives can see blood at first glance. It also appears someone tried to wipe down the car. Investigators find only 2 fingerprints. One is from DeAndis, the other one is unidentified. Now the question is, who is this other person? This unidentified fingerprint can very well be the suspect.
Detectives then find 3 9mm shell casings. And there's something else that catches their eye.
There's a dishcloth wrapper with a barcode on it. So they immediately try to determine where this was purchased at. It might be a piece of key evidence.
The brand is one that's sold at a local grocery store. That grocery store is located less than a mile from where the vehicle was left abandoned.
Investigators head to the store, where they request surveillance footage for the hours around when the murder took place.
They were able to find a camera that catches her arriving at the store in a dark-colored Chrysler 200, and she appeared to be alone.
They pull the video up and they see a woman purchasing these exact same washcloths, only about an hour after DeAndis' shooting took place. In addition to the washcloths, they also see this woman buying bleach spray and some paper towels.
The woman who was making these purchases used her store loyalty card.
Police were able to connect the loyalty card to a local woman named Derasia. Armed with a picture of the woman, investigators go back to DeAndis' mother's home.
He asked me, did I know this lady in this picture? And I said, she looked familiar, but I can't really tell.
She doesn't know, but there have been friends at the house gathering to comfort Crystal.
We showed the picture, and they right off the rip, they knew exactly who it was, what they called her and everything. This was Derasia.
Detectives make another connection between Derasia and the second fingerprint found in the Maxima.
They're able to use that unidentified print and compare it to Derasia's, and guess what? It came back as a match. She was in that car at some point.
But how did Derasia get from the Maxima to the Chrysler she was seen driving to the grocery store? That same day, investigators bring Derasia in for an interview. She quickly admits to knowing the victim.
Derasia tells investigators that she and DeAndis are very good friends, that they hang out often. And she's adamant that she would never do anything to hurt DeAndis, let alone kill him.
She immediately denies any involvement. She says she didn't have anything to do with it, she wasn't there.
Detectives confront Derasia with the store video.
The detective says, listen, I got you on video. You were there. I know that you helped clean it up.
The detectives lay it all out there for Derasia. They tell her that they've seen her on video buying the cleaning supplies and the washcloths. They see her using her Kroger card. Detectives then turn up the heat and appeal to her feelings for Deondis. They say, if you indeed loved Deondis, if he was really, truly your friend, you'll tell us who shot him.
She immediately says, I'll tell you, but I need your protection. Will you protect me?
Investigators in Knoxville, Tennessee are interviewing potential witness Derasia about the shooting of her friend, Deondis Billings.
Derasia finally agrees to talk, but not without assurances. She tells detectives in order to tell the truth, she has to be protected.
Derasia confirms she was with Deondis the night of the shooting.
She and Deondis were good friends, more like family, and she had just completed some very important job training and could not wait to share the news with him.
Derasia met up with Deondis at Deondis' mother's house. He was there to get a plate of dinner that night.
Deondis was driving Zakia's car, but he never went inside to get the plate. Instead, he asked Derasia to meet him there, and she jumped in the car with him.
Derasia wanted to ride around with him in his car and talk about her future, and she did that often with Deondis.
Deondis told her he was going to make a play. He had a deal that he was going to supply somebody with some drugs, and she was coming along.
Deondis wanted to stay on the straight and narrow and take care of his family, but he fell back into some of the criminal activity. Derasia said that that night he was going to meet this woman in the parking lot of a restaurant. When they got to the destination, the woman wasn't there.
Deondis sees someone walking across the parking lot, and it looks like Philip Locke.
Philip and Deondis knew each other because Philip was J-Rock's brother and Deondis was J-Rock's best friend in life.
J-Rock is Deondis' homeboy. He was killed in a drive-by shooting several months prior to this night. Derasia also knew Philip Locke, but she tells detectives she didn't know him well. She said she only met him the first time during J-Rock's funeral.
Philip then explains him and his girlfriend had gotten into a fight.
I need to get a ride. Can you give me a ride back to South Knoxville?
Deondis says no problem, and Philip hops in the backseat of the car. No big deal, that's his homeboy.
The conversation inside the car as the three occupants made it from East Knoxville to South Knoxville centered around J-Rock. Phil and Deondis were reminiscing about J-Rock.
When they get to South Knoxville, Philip points to a house and tells Deondis to pull over to the other side of the street. This is his girlfriend's house, but it looks like she isn't home.
Deondis pulled the car up to the side of the road. The conversation at that point was 100% reminiscing about J-Rock and how much they each missed J-Rock. They each pulled out their phones. They were showing each other video and photos of J-Rock.
Out of nowhere, Derasia says she hears a loud bang. It's a gunshot. She ducked down. And according to Derasia, Philip put his hand on her back and told her to stay down. She hears a second shot. Turns her head to the left and looks at Deondis. He has somehow put the car into drive.
Then there was a third shot. Derasia says the car hit a signpost, then Philip jumped out of the car, ran around to the driver's side, and dragged Deondis out of the car, leaving him in the road.
Derasia was freaked out. She wanted to get out of the car, but Philip told her to stay in the car. He had a gun. She did what he said. As they drove off, Philip runs over the body of Deondis. Derasia at that point wanted to know, are you going to kill me too? He said no, and he let her live.
According to Derasia, Philip killed Deondis in retaliation for the death of his brother and Deondis' friend, J-Rock.
There was a suspect in J-Rock's death who was never arrested. Everyone on the streets believed that this man was responsible, but they were never able to prove it.
Philip thought Deondis and all those who knew his brother hadn't done enough.
DeRasia tells detectives that Philip actually had a hit list of many others that he said would be dropping like flies because they didn't go after the suspect in J-Rock's murder. After Deondis was killed, Philip drove to a north side apartment complex where they abandoned the Maxima and got into a black Chrysler 200 that was parked. According to DeRasia, Philip forced her at gunpoint to get in the car and ordered her to drive to the store for cleaning supplies. DeRasia was terrified of Philip. She obeyed what he said, and she went and bought the cleaning supplies, came back and gave them to him. Philip cleaned up the car. Once he was finished cleaning up the car, he went and dropped her off right back in front of Deondis' parents' house. DeAsia was in shock. She was too afraid to report anything to the police or tell Deondis' parents.
After the interview with DeRasia, investigators take a look at Philip's rap sheet.
Locke has a long record. We're talking about 7 felony convictions for robbery, attempted robbery, and cocaine possession with the intent to sell.
Philip Jerome Locke had been in prison and was on parole, had been on parole for about a few months in the summer of 2017.
Investigators get another key piece of evidence. Philip doesn't have a car, but they learn that his girlfriend, Shaniqua Robinson, does, and he often drives it. That car, a black Chrysler 200. The exact same kind of vehicle that DeRasia was seen driving in and out of the Kroger parking lot to buy the cleaning supplies. Detectives learn that Shaniqua Robinson lives in South Knoxville. When they go to the residence, they find the car parked outside of her home.
On Monday, October 31st, undercover officers keep watch on the home.
It was the middle of the daytime. They see Philip and his girlfriend leave the house and get into that vehicle, and the car pulls off.
Police follow the car. Shaniqua is behind the wheel. The car soon picks up speed. She gets on the highway, guns the engine, and takes off. This is indeed a high-speed chase.
Two days after Deondis Billings was gunned down and left for dead in the street, the Knoxville Police Department is embroiled in a high-speed chase with the #1 suspect, Philip Locke.
They have at least 2 people in the car: Philip Locke, a person of interest in the murder, and Locke's girlfriend, Shaniqua Robinson, who's driving. It's a lengthy pursuit, with speeds at one point reaching 90 miles per hour.
And in Lonsdale, they go up to this part at a dead end. And evidently, he didn't know it was a dead end, so they ended up dead in it, and they blocked them off.
When the car finally stops, police order Philip and Shaniqua out of the car.
As Philip gets out of the car, an officer notices that he has something in his hand. He tossed whatever he had in his hand into the bushes. There's a struggle. Police ultimately tase Philip. After he's taken into police custody, they retrieve the object that he tossed. It ends up being a burner cell phone.
There's drugs in the car, a massive amount of drugs in the car.
He's on parole, and having this amount of drugs in the vehicle is a violation of parole, and Philip knows this, and he is very nervous at this point.
Police bring Philip and Shaniqua to the station for questioning.
At this point, Locke probably isn't sure why he's being interrogated. He's worried about his parole and about all those drugs that were found in his vehicle.
I'll tell you straight up what I'm looking at. I'm looking at you for a homicide, okay?
Then he asked him about Deondis, or DB, as he was known to his friends.
Have you heard about what happened to him?
Of course I heard about what happened to him.
Tell me about DB.
It's my brother's best friend. We all grew up together, but him and my brother was closer than anybody
Would you consider him to be a friend of yours?
Of course, why not?
Okay.
The detective asks about the night of October 29th, when Deondis was killed.
Where were you that day?
Selling drugs.
Where were you selling drugs at?
Selling drugs everywhere.
He says he was alone that night, moving around town, selling drugs.
I was thinking about myself. How do you think we do that to TV? I don't know. We have a lot of enemies.
We all do. I mean,
The two go back and forth. He had nothing to do with it. He had been in Deondis's car multiple times, different vehicles, but again, still no confession, didn't have anything to do with the murder. Why would he do that?
Then the detective tells Philip about the video.
Hey, mate, right now you look like a cold-blooded killer. You shoot this guy in the head and then drag him out of the car. And you're on video, bro.
no way in hell I was in that car.
Philip is denying everything. Even after being confronted with the video surveillance, he's still denying everything. Investigators keep going after him.
You sent some girl into the Kroger's to buy all the to clean it up. She's driving your girlfriend's car. You screwed up. That's crazy.
Philip keeps the same composure, claiming his innocence, and he is indeed cooperative. He agrees to let police examine his iPhone, but his mood quickly changes when the detectives return with his burner phone.
I'm not gonna let you touch the phone now because you're freaking me out.
I'm sorry for freaking you out. I don't want to go to jail.
I'm gonna write a search warrant for the phone.
While Philip was being questioned, so was his girlfriend in another room. And of course, she didn't know anything about the killing of Deondis, but says Philip struggled after the murder of his brother, J-Rod.
He, according to his girlfriend, had been deeply affected by the death of his younger brother. And over the course of the several months between July and October of 2017, Philip became frustrated and became anxious with the fact that his brother's death was not being avenged.
Investigators arrested both of them. Philip is being held for violating his parole. Shaniqua is being charged with felony evading arrest. Investigators need more to make the murder charge stick, and they hope that this burner phone that he was trying to ditch will be the key. Detectives wait to get a warrant and gain access to the phone's contents.
On that phone, they find internet searches for whether there were security cameras at a school near the murder scene and the apartment building where the car was abandoned.
But it's his text messages that are the most incriminating.
Investigators found an ominous text message. It was a text message from Phillips to someone named Cindy saying, "We're gonna get DB tonight, and you know I got you." Of course, investigators now have to find out who Cindy is. On November 3rd, detectives bring in Cindy for questioning. She admits to being a drug user. Philip offered to give her some crack in exchange for a favor.
Cindy was going to lure Deondis to a certain area in town. Philip was going to, by happenstance, be there. The plan came together on October 29th, 2017, when Cindy followed through with that ruse, and she contacted Deondis in an effort to get him to show up at a place in East Knoxville. Philip, meanwhile, had parked his car close by and was going to be on foot and was going to come up with a ruse that his girlfriend kicked him out and that he needed a ride back to her place in South Knoxville.
Cindy says that never in her wildest dreams did she think Philip would actually kill Deondis. She says she thought he was going to just confront him and maybe fight him, not murder him in cold blood.
Now, investigators finally have enough to charge him with murder, not just the parole violation.
On January 30th, 2018, Philip Locke is indicted on numerous criminal charges, including first-degree murder for the killing of Deondis Billings.
It felt like, thank you, Jesus, it's not going to be a cold case. We're going to know what happened and we're going to get justice.
On October 25, 2021, nearly 4 years after DeOndis Billings was shot to death, the trial of his accused killer, Philip Locke, gets underway.
This is about payback. This is about revenge, and it was an execution-style cold-blooded homicide for the purpose of avenging the death of Mr. Locke's brother, his younger brother who died some 4 months earlier in another cold-blooded homicide. Philip hatched the plan that he was going to start avenging the death of his brother by taking it out on those who he felt weren't taking matters into their hands. Specifically, Philip was looking for friends of J-Rock's who he believed had been consorting with and had been friendly to the person that he believed killed his brother.
DeRasia takes the stand and recounts the trip to meet up with Cindy for a drug deal. But that meetup was really a death trap designed by Philip Locke.
He formulated that plan by creating a ruse where he would be happenstance located at a place where DeOndis Billings would be.
And Philip asks for a ride to his girlfriend's house. DeOndis doesn't realize that he's in any sort of danger. This is his friend. He thinks he's doing a favor for a friend, so of course he says sure.
In actuality, there was no girlfriend there. It was an entire setup to get DeOndis to come to that location or to drive him to that location for the purposes of executing him.
DeRasia had a front seat to the shooting, literally. She gets on that stand and tells the jury exactly what she saw, and that was Philip Locke pulling the trigger 3 times and ending DeOndis' life.
Her testimony was impactful, it was emotional, it was something that a jury just couldn't ignore.
Cindy also takes the stand.
Cindy testifies that she didn't know she was helping Philip set up DeOndis. But it was her who lured DeOndis to a location under the guise of a drug deal. The state used GPS data from DeOndis' cell phone to create a timeline of the night, corroborating DeRasia's account. There was also the burner phone he tried to ditch that had the messages to Cindy. The 911 calls, a security video from the crime scene, the Kroger store security video also add to the timeline and how Philip Locke orchestrated it all.
The trial lasted approximately a week. The jury took the case and came with a verdict back within a few hours. They found him guilty of first-degree murder with all of the circumstantial proof from the phone forensics and the forensics at the scene. The proof was overwhelming that Philip Locke had once again engaged in violent conduct, which is a pattern that he's had his whole life.
When we received the verdict, I feel a sense of relief. Justice is never really served because my nephew is gone. Nothing can bring him back. But at the same time, I wanted someone to be punished for taking his life, to have to serve time for taking his life.
In Tennessee, the judge does sentencing. In this particular case, he was sentenced to life in prison for the homicide of DeOndis Billings.
Philip will have to serve 51 years in prison before being eligible for parole. And in addition to that, the judge tacked on another 30 years for his conviction on carjacking, robbery, and gun charges.
I was very happy. And he got 51 plus 30. And I was very happy.
He's going to regret the day that he ever pulled the trigger because he'll never get out.
With Philip behind bars, DeOndis' family is left to grapple with their grief.
I'm just now grasping that my child is gone. I know he was gone all along, but I've been able to try to cope a little better with it. I had to seek counseling, a lot of counseling. I'm just able now to really get where I could cope.
I feel like in the end, Deondis was in a good space. Spiritually, I find solace in knowing that Deondis is in heaven.
When it comes to love, it can be exhilarating to play with fire.
He's a hothead. He runs the streets. He's involved in criminal activity.
She knew that she was always going to be safe with him, even though he was in a dangerous game of what he was doing.
He was her protector. She would do anything for him.
But sometimes that fire burns out of control.
It looked like he sustained one gunshot to the head.
Everyone was very angry. What transpired just blew my mind.
When I heard the shot, I was standing in the back of my car. I ran to my car and pulled off.
When you stand too close to the flame, you can get burned.
She was telling police that her boyfriend didn't do anything.
Aren't you tired of the drama?
Guess I fall for the wrong guys.
August 2nd, 2017. It's a cool summer evening in Sandusky, Ohio, a small city nestled between Cleveland and Toledo.
Sandusky is a fun town that is hopping in the spring and the summer months. A lot of people take trips to go to Cedar Point and enjoy Lake Erie.
Sandusky is a very tight-knit community. A lot of the residents there know one another, talk to each other a lot.
Unfortunately, we are a small city with big city problems. We're not immune to violence.
Around 10:30 p.m., multiple reports of a gunshot flood the Sandusky Police Department.
911 call came in advising of a gunshot in the MacArthur Park area, so I responded to that area. It's mostly a lower income area. At that time, we had some crime there, drug dealing and calls of fights.
First responders arrive to find a chaotic scene. Everyone is standing around a red truck in the street, and bystanders say the driver is still inside.
I was flagged down, and the person flagging me down actually told me that he wasn't okay, he was shot.
Inside the truck, Lieutenant Chris Denny sees a man slumped over in the driver's seat.
I went up and saw for myself. He sustained one gunshot to the head. So at that point, we locked down the scene, we put up crime scene tape.
I heard the call come out over the radio. When we got there, there was a lot of people out there, but more and more people kept coming.
Amidst the chaos, a witness comes forward and identifies the victim as 46-year-old Anthony Pearson. Born in 1971, Anthony Pearson Sr. grew up in a tight-knit family in Sandusky, Ohio.
My Uncle Anthony and my father both grew up fishing with their father, and they played baseball with the neighborhood friends. My Uncle Anthony really looked up to my father. Little boys all the way up until their young adult and later years. My father and him were inseparable.
Anthony Pearson was someone that was everyone's friend. Everyone knew him. He'd be one to help anybody that asked for it. He was that guy, you need a ride somewhere, he'll give you a ride somewhere.
After high school, Anthony joined the Navy.
My father and my Uncle Anthony, they mirrored each other a lot, so they both actually went off to the Navy and served our country. After he returned home, he went to cosmetology school and became a barber.
It was perfect for him because he loved making people laugh and was a real people person.
He loved making people feel good about themselves, whether physically or just putting a smile on their face. I believe that people drew to him because of his uniqueness, and he had that warm and welcoming spirit.
Anthony Pearson, I would say, is a family man. He's a dad of 7 children.
My uncle, he had a majority of his children very, very young. He absolutely loved being a father.
He also had numerous nieces and nephews he was close to.
Family meant the world to my Uncle Anthony, even if it was just getting together for an hour throughout the week or planning a big picnic. My uncle prided himself on family. Like, that meant everything to him.
Anthony was a patriarch of the family. Everyone looked up to him. He always put family first. Whatever they needed, he was there for them.
Then, in 2015, Anthony's family endured a terrible tragedy.
So Anthony Pearson had a brother who was a victim of gun violence.
My father was murdered in Columbus, Ohio. When we got the news of my father passing, it was like the wind was taken out of us. My Uncle Anthony was completely different after my father passed. He didn't know where to turn to. He didn't know what to do because his best friend was gone. He was just trying to get by as much as he could.
But now, Anthony has suffered the same fate as his brother, and Sandusky police want to know why.
We need to find out as much as we can from witnesses. We need to maintain the integrity of the scene. We want to be able to collect as much evidence as we can to find out who did this, to get justice for Anthony Pearson and his family.
Officers struggle to secure the crime scene, surrounded by a distraught crowd.
Word spread fast upon knowing that it was Anthony that had been shot, that he'd actually died. There was quite a large crowd there. So that was a little overwhelming at first when you see the amount of people that were there.
They start making phone calls, and even more and more family and relatives and neighbors show up to the scene.
A lot of people were upset of what happened. Emotions are running high. Family members are arriving. They want answers.
Once we realized the crowd was growing and growing and growing, we needed assistance from the Erie County Sheriff's Office.
While the departments work together to control the crowd, detectives focus on getting leads from potential witnesses. Rumors start floating around the mass of people.
We had several people come up saying, hey, I think this happened, I think this happened.
Then, one person comes forward and says she saw what happened.
Police talked to a woman named Gina. She saw the interaction go down from her porch.
Gina came out and said she did hear Anthony arguing with somebody. At that point during the argument, a gun was mentioned. A black male walked away from the vehicle and then came back again behind the truck and fired some shots.
Gina says the shooter quickly fled the scene, as did a second man, but in a different direction.
We're getting descriptions of a heavier set black male, bald, running from the scene.
She was able to see somebody leave the passenger side of Anthony's car and take off. Gina told police that she knew the man that was in the car was a man named Bobby.
He was out there when this argument, or part of the argument, started to happen, but he had left either before the shooting or right after the shooting.
Though Bobby initially fled the scene, police learn he'd returned by the time they arrived.
He's in the crowd, and the crowd starts hearing about this information. They start ganging up on Bobby.
Things are getting tense. People are wanting to know what Bobby knows. They believe that he knows more than he's actually saying.
They're saying he was with.
I mean, people were getting upset. You were here, you saw this, you saw that, tell the police. Why aren't you talking? Why aren't you saying something?
Everybody's emotionally high at this point. Fights start breaking out in the crowd.
They felt like the crowd was going to get out of control, that there may be a riot.
On August 2nd, 2017, police in Sandusky, Ohio, are trying to prevent a riot after beloved local barber Anthony Pearson was shot dead in his truck. The crowd believes a man named Bobby knows more than he's telling.
Information came out that Bobby might have been at the scene either before or during the time that the shooting happened. So people were automatically linking him that he had something to do with it or knew more information than what he was telling us. The crowd was mad at Bobby, and Bobby was in turn getting mad at the crowd for trying to say that he had something to do with this. When tensions are high like that, a simple conversation can't be had. We end up having to arrest Bobby for his safety. We want to get him out of there. We want to make sure that people aren't trying to assault him. Bobby was brought down to the stations because we knew we needed to talk to him.
Once he's taken away, the crowd begins to die down, and investigators are able to focus on the crime scene.
I started working with that in terms of gathering evidence, trying to gather as much as we could right then and there.
The driver's side window was shattered from the gunshot. And Anthony, he was slumped over in the driver's seat. There is no weapon inside the vehicle. So now they have to figure out why Anthony was shot.
As Anthony's body is removed from the scene, detectives are in search of a motive.
It seems like it was a deliberate shooting against him.
Anthony's truck is towed from the scene. While investigators question Bobby at the police station.
What happened last night?
We just sitting in the park, kicking it. It was some dude, I don't know who the dude is. They had some words.
Okay.
When I'm thinking they finna do whatever they finna do, I takes off running.
He was very hesitant of wanting to talk. He just kept giving us little bits and pieces of, yes, I was there, but really didn't want to come forth with what he knew, what he actually saw.
Who
was the guy?
I don't know.
You saw him, though?
Not really. And then I hear one gunshot. Ain't see nothing.
Bobby refuses to budge.
I believe Bobby was afraid, and I think seeing what happened to Anthony, he didn't want to see the same thing happen to him.
With fear of retaliation in the air, detectives worry no one will talk.
A lot of times they don't want to be labeled what I guess you could call a snitch, and that's why they're afraid to get information.
Then, a man named Sean, one of Anthony's family members, steps forward, wanting to help police get justice.
He was there, and he was emotional because they're a close-knit family.
Sean tells detectives he didn't see the shooting, but Anthony had pointed out a guy to him earlier in the evening that he thinks could be the shooter. Anthony told him the guy thought he was someone named William.
Do you know why this guy thought your uncle was somebody else? Do you know the story behind it?
I was told the guy favors my uncle. He said he don't know the guy.
Sean says he never got a good look at his face, but he was wearing a dark-colored hoodie and jeans.
He's dark-skinned, he's somewhat short. It was just so fast, it's like I got the structure of him. You know what I mean? It's like he was short, stocky.
I got to be, again, 100% honest with you. We're having a difficult time right now, having someone step up and man up, basically, and say,
it was him.
Even though Sean doesn't know the name of the shooter, he says he might know someone who does. Detectives ask if he's willing to call them right now.
Yeah, see if I can call him. We get
this guy off the street.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, man, what's that dude's name again, man?
Which one?
The one that did it.
They call him Joey, but his name is like Joel, like Joel, Miles.
When that happened, I mean, it's kind of like the hair on the back of your neck stands up a little, because now we know we got a solid suspect here.
Detectives are eager to learn everything they can about him.
We're looking at his criminal history. I mean, he'd just gotten out of prison. He actually served some time for attempted murder.
He had shot someone in the face in East Cleveland and was prosecuted for that prior to this incident.
He spent about 6 years in prison for the attempted murder of a man back in 2011. Joel was in prison until April 2017, which is about 4 months before Anthony Pearson was murdered.
Although he still had ties in Cleveland, he was now living in Sandusky.
Investigators started looking at him. He was selling narcotics in the area. We learned from several people that we talked to that he always had a gun on him. And from what we learned was just very confrontational with people. Joel Miles referred to himself as Big Dog and thought he was untouchable. So it just seems like he was someone that's for himself and just a violent person.
Once we get that name, okay, now we got to start putting things together.
While detectives work on a game plan, they suddenly get an unexpected surprise.
Then next thing you know, my phone rings and I answer and he goes, yeah, my name's Joel Miles. You're looking for me?
I'm gonna tell you that I don't want to talk. I did not do nothing.
August 2017, Sandusky, Ohio. Detectives now have the name of a suspect in the cold-blooded murder of Anthony Pearson, 31-year-old Joel Miles, who was recently released from prison for attempted murder.
We're looking for phones to try and track where he was, what's going on with it. We're realizing that names are popping up of who he was with.
That's when detectives learn of someone who could be a key witness in the case.
We learned that Joel Miles was living with a girlfriend in the city of Sandusky. Her name was Amy Meadows.
Anytime that someone's in a relationship with someone, we know they might have information about this person that can help our investigation.
From a young age, family always came first to Amy Meadows.
Amy had her first child at 17 years old, but her daughter soon became her whole world.
After graduating from Sandusky High School in 1999, Amy worked hard to provide for her and her daughter.
After a few failed relationships, Amy decided to put love on the back burner and focus on her family.
But in 2016, fate had other plans when 30-year-old Joel Miles walked into Amy's life.
Although he was charming and charismatic, it was Joel's wild side that really drew Amy in. He was also a single dad, so the two bonded over the love that they had for their children.
Before long, the couple got engaged and merged their families into one happy household.
She dated Joel Miles, engaged to him at some point, and just lived out there in the community there.
Amy knew that with Joel around, her family was safe, and she felt that he was someone that she could truly rely on.
That was his girlfriend. They lived together. He was taking care of her and the kids.
He was the provider in the family for her, and that he was her protector.
Now, investigators are looking at her fiancé, Joel Miles, as a suspect in the murder of Anthony Pearson.
At that point, we're in the office. We're starting to put things together, trying to figure out what we need to do.
That's when Joel suddenly calls the Sandusky police station.
He's talking to me saying, hey, what's going on? My name's being mentioned. You wanted answers.
Detectives asked him to come in and speak with them.
Just come in and talk with me and we'll discuss this and go everything.
But Joel keeps insisting he wasn't even in town during Anthony's murder.
His whole alibi was I was in Cleveland that day. I was at the Justice Center that day paying stuff.
I've been in Cleveland all day handling business. I got paperwork showing I've been in Cleveland.
Joel tells police that he's beefing with his girl, Amy, and that he spent the entire day in Cleveland with his other girlfriend.
Even though Joel was engaged to Amy Meadows, he admits cheating on her with a woman named Shania and says she can vouch for him.
I had a whole motel at the Cleveland Motel. I checked out at about 11 o'clock, 10:30. It's 11 o'clock. So I left about to let the keys in the room. I've been in Cleveland all day. I haven't been down here.
If you have this proof, bring it in to us. If your proof that you have, your alibi, is legit and says, yep, you were there, then you're fine.
He refuses to come in and talk to detectives.
The only thing I have a problem in there, and I'm telling you I'm not going to talk to you. I'm going to tell you that I don't want to talk because I did not do nothing.
He called several times in rants. He was really kind of a raving lunatic, if you will, in some of these phone calls.
I gave you my phone. The police out there about shooting. I ain't doing it.
Those are like, oh my Lord calls. That this is the guy that did it. So that was very unique.
Joel says he also knows that they're looking to speak with his fiancée, Amy Matos.
All right, well, I'm about to have Amy come see you right now, because that's my word.
I mean, 1 minute we're calmly talking, next thing you know, he is up here screaming, yelling, cussing at me, and then he comes back down, then he hangs up.
All right, are you going to come and talk to us, or no, or you just want me to call you when we got something? Hello? Hello?
Despite his reluctance to come in, Joel has given them a few leads to chase down. Investigators reach out to Shania, but she refuses to speak with them.
This case was a difficult case. We had witnesses that weren't necessarily cooperative. They may have been threatened. They may have not wanted to get involved. They may have had prior run-ins with the police.
Then Joel calls again and says Amy is ready to meet with them. On August 3rd, 2017, investigators sit down with Amy.
Amy, this is so very important, to be honest with you.
I'm being honest.
August 3rd, 2017, Sandusky, Ohio. 24 hours after the murder of Anthony Pearson, police are looking for suspect Joel Miles when his fiancée, Amy Matos, comes in to be interviewed by detectives.
Amy lived there on Parkview Boulevard where it happened.
Did you hear a shot?
I did hear a shot.
Did you see who was fighting?
No, because it's so dark and they was that way.
Okay.
I just heard people in the street screaming.
Amy tells detectives she had her daughter and Joel's 2 children with her after the shooting happened, and she wanted to make sure they were safe, so she left the neighborhood.
So where'd you stay last night?
I stayed in a hotel.
She gave a statement to the police that she was at a motel in Elyria. She actually produced a receipt.
Okay, how'd you pay for the hotel? Did you pay for a credit card? Did you pay for
I paid credit card, yeah.
credit card? Okay, do you have that credit card with you so I can verify it?
Yeah.
Okay. Your purse? That's your purse?
You know, this is always one.
You have the receipts in your car for the hotel room?
She left that night to go to a hotel out in Elyria with her children, which we found to be odd.
And it was just you and your kids?
Yes.
Detectives press Amy about her boyfriend, Joel.
Did he come over there at all with you?
No, he called me.
Okay.
What did he say?
He's the one that told me about supposedly he has supposed to have shot somebody or whatever.
So within an hour of somebody getting shot, Joel's telling you that somebody called him and said that we were looking for him.
Well, per se. That's what he said.
She backs up Joel's alibi that he was in Cleveland with Shania.
He wasn't home for like 2 days.
Okay.
That's how I know he was with them.
Okay. Do you know that someone died last night?
No, I didn't know until everybody kept calling me.
She was very defensive, telling police that her boyfriend didn't do anything, and she, stood her ground.
Detectives aren't so sure of her story.
She was basically trying to provide an alibi for him and cover for him. She wasn't being truthful about the whole situation.
Amy, this is so very important, to be honest with you.
I'm being honest.
It's not uncommon for people to cover for their fiancé.
No.
She was advised, don't do this to yourself. Don't let yourself get tied up in this situation.
What I don't want to find out, Amy, is that you're neck deep in this. Because we have a dead body, this is something that's big.
When the interview wraps, Amy leaves the station. But detectives are just getting started.
We end up doing search warrants to get information from Joel, Miles' phone, and Amy Matos' phone.
And we started matching what phone calls are happening, when they're happening, where they're happening at.
The results are shocking.
And it turned out that Joe Miles was not only in Sandusky, but at the scene at the time of the murder.
So that once those things start coming together and just say, okay, he's not being honest now.
And the first call he made after the shooting was to Amy.
They find multiple calls with Amy, which contradicts her story of not communicating with him much at all.
It's enough for police to get an arrest warrant for Joel. And they won't have to look too far to find him.
All of a sudden, here comes Joel pulling right up to the police station.
Yeah, I didn't kill Anthony Pearson. I'm gonna keep saying that. I was in Cleveland.
Summer 2017. Sandusky detectives have just received cell phone records that prove Joel Miles and his fiancée, Amy Matos, have both lied to the police.
They know now that he was at the crime scene during Anthony's murder and get an arrest warrant for him.
But the next day, on August 4th, they get a surprise visit from Joel.
All of a sudden, here comes Joel pulling right up to the police station and says, hey, I'm here to talk. And we said, okay, we're going to talk. We introduced ourselves and said, you're now under arrest for murder. So he was shocked and taken back by that.
Detectives escort Joel to an interrogation room.
Man, what's up, man? Come on, man. What's up, man? Brother, man, come on. Listen, how am I being arrested for murder, man?
I can tell you people are putting you there. People are putting your car there. I can put you there by your cell phone. That is why you are sitting here in handcuffs.
I was never in Sandusky.
I'm telling you, I can put you in Sandusky. I'm telling you, I have a number of witnesses that are putting a gun in your hand.
I didn't kill Anthony Pearson. I'm gonna keep saying that. I was in Cleveland.
Joel sticks to his story that he was with his other girlfriend, Shania, after having a fight with Amy.
I sat down, smoked some weed. I saw her, man.
Joel tells detectives while he was with Shania in Cleveland, Amy called him about the shooting.
He says Amy told him she'd driven 40 minutes to a motel in Elyria for the safety of their kids. So Joel went there to comfort her.
Is there a reason why Amy would lie to us and say that you were never at the hotel with her?
Amy ain't never say that.
Why's she lying for you then?
Oh, man, I can't help her. She ain't lying for me.
He knew things were not going to go well for him. He's starting to trip up over what did he say, what's our lies he's trying to say.
Eventually, Joel admits he was there when Anthony was shot.
You're there. Why did you leave?
I left because it was a lot of chaos, man. I pulled off, man. I just left, man.
Did you hear a shot?
Yeah. When I heard the shot, I was standing in the back of my car. I ran to my car and pulled off.
I believe he told us 95% of it, eventually. But the 5% that's missing, that's his involvement.
Joel Miles is charged with murder and taken to jail.
My family's reaction to Joel's arrest was a sigh of relief, but it still didn't negate the fact that we still didn't have my uncle. And on one hand, we were happy and rejoicing because they found him, but then it turned into rage.
Even though we got him arrested, that doesn't end our case. And as we kept going, more and more things just kept coming.
Police got surveillance video from that hotel in Elyria.
And what they see seals Amy's fate. At approximately 1:21 a.m., 3 hours after the shooting, Amy is walking into the front lobby at the motel.
You show Amy checking in, getting a room. Then a short time later, you see Joel pulling up in his black vehicle. You see those two interacting out in the hall, and it's just like, oh, wow. You're like excited because you're like, hey, this really is good.
They see Joel in the hallway on the phone during one of his calls to the police.
He's on the phone with me at that point in time right there, trying to get information from me of what's going on.
Joel is wearing a dark-colored zip-down hoodie and jeans, just like the witnesses at the scene described the shooter in.
After the call, they go into the rooms. earlier that next morning, you see them exit the room and go in their vehicles and drive separate ways.
The video is indisputable proof that Amy was lying during her interview with detectives. More importantly, it also incriminates her as an accomplice.
That tells us that Amy knows what's going on. She is actively helping him hide.
Police have the evidence they need to arrest Amy.
3 days after the shooting on August 5th, police pull Amy over, and she's later charged with 3 counts of obstruction of justice.
When Amy was arrested, everyone was very angry. I feel like Amy was caught, and so when you get caught, you do have a sense of guilt, but not because of what I've done, but because I'm caught in the act. And to assist with what transpired just blew my mind.
I believe she was put in a situation that was probably difficult for her. When someone's on the run, they're willing to do anything, and they'll use anybody that they can for their freedom. He's throwing her in there, trying to, please be my alibi, please say this, please say that. And she was willing to go along with that.
Amy chooses not to speak to police again. But once they're both in jail, witnesses on the outside start coming forward.
One of them was Joel's other girlfriend, Shania, the one he said he was in Cleveland with.
On August 11th, Shania meets with detectives, and they finally learn the details behind Anthony's murder.
The puzzle was getting put together, and it was coming more and more crystal clear.
Because he's so hateful, and everybody hates him. He just thinks he's untouchable.
August 11th, 2017, Sandusky, Ohio. Detectives might have just found their star witness for Joel Miles' future murder trial, his other girlfriend, Shania.
She decided that she didn't want to go to jail and that she wasn't going to lie to police for Joel.
She was intimidated and felt very fearful for her safety, but she did come clean.
Shania tells investigators that she wasn't with Joel all night on August 2nd.
We were sleeping all day that day, and then probably dropped me off in Willard about 8:30, and he left, and he went to Sandusky. He told me he's going home.
She saw the murder on the internet, that it occurred. She suspected that he may have been involved.
Why? Why would you think that?
Because he's so hateful, and everybody hates him. Like, he just thinks he's untouchable.
She tells police it wasn't long before Joel came back.
He came to her house after the murder. He was visibly nervous.
His hands were shaking real bad. Man asked him, like, what's going on? What happened? And he kept saying nothing. He didn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing. As he's talking, I know he has something to do with it. He did it.
Joel then pressures her to lie for him.
He told me he needs me for an alibi. He needed me to lie for an alibi. I told him, okay. I sat down and thought about it. And he's like, I want you to lie to law and order. When you lie for an alibi, you get in trouble too.
She also tells them that he ditched the murder weapon.
I have no clue at all. Somebody told me there was a river. Cleveland in a river.
Detectives ask Shania if she knows why Joel might have shot Anthony, and she says it has to do with another dealer who had been selling her drugs.
Joel Miles was upset because she was trying to get off drugs and became upset with him.
She says the dealer bore a strong resemblance to Anthony.
Joel Miles mistook, or mistaken identity, if you will, and he confronted Anthony Pearson, who denied any knowledge of what he was talking about.
Anthony told him on several occasions, hey, you got the wrong person. My name's Anthony. Anthony didn't ask for this. Anthony didn't, want the trouble.
But then it resurfaced the night of the homicide. And that was the motive here. Joel Miles took his vengeance out on Anthony Pearson as a result of that.
This whole case was just mistaken identity. Simple as that.
The trials of Amy Matos and Joel Miles are both set for 2018. Amy is looking at the possibility of up to 15 years in prison, and Joel could receive life.
Joel Miles was indicted for murder, several counts of having a weapon under disability, and trafficking cocaine. He was also charged with certain firearm specifications.
Then, in February 2018, only a few months before her trial, Amy decides to make a deal.
Amy Matos pleads guilty to 1 count of attempted obstructing justice.
The evidence was overwhelming, and she decided to plead guilty. She ended up getting sentenced to 12 months in prison.
I do believe that Amy's sentence was a bit lighter than what I would have recommended, because in the legal system, conspiracy is just as bad as the act. And I feel like it was preventable. She could have prevented it. And she should have got as much time as he did, in my opinion.
When Amy was sentenced at her court appearance, she did show some remorse. She apologized to her family for her actions.
Joel Miles is less remorseful and refuses to fold for a plea deal.
He probably was advised by counsel to try to plead guilty, own up to what he did, but he was a hardened criminal, and he was taking this thing to the box.
5 months after Amy's sentencing, Joel faces a judge and jury. Over 25 witnesses take the stand to testify against him, many of them reluctantly.
Joel Miles issued a number of threats to the community. The witnesses were very, very traumatized, and they were very fearful.
The trial lasts about 5 days, and in August of 2018, Joel is found guilty on all of the charges. Joel Miles is sentenced to 49 years in prison for the murder of Anthony Pearson.
That's life imprisonment without eligibility for parole till after 49 years. So essentially, he's been sentenced to a life term, and I think that was appropriate.
I believe that justice was served for my family. However, I just feel like the time that he got sentenced to just does not equate to the time lost with my uncle. The time that he does not get to walk his daughters down the aisle, the time that he doesn't get to spend with his grandchildren, the time that he does not get to spend with his living mother that's still alive and lost both sons. I don't feel like the time he has to serve equates to the time that we lost. My family changed greatly after the passing of my Uncle Anthony. We try to get together as much as we can just to really embrace one another, because we are all we have now.
In 2018, Amy was released from prison and reunited with her family. Many wonder why she chose to protect a man like Joel.
Amy was going to protect him no matter what. That was her lifeline. That was her way to survive. He provided for financially for her and her children.
She had a boundless spirit that soared above her life circumstances.
She was an amazing young woman, full of life, charismatic, friendly.
She's figuring out how to navigate what life looks like as a single mother.
She tried to counsel others with their problems, even though she had her own.
Until the sounds of sirens pierced a quiet autumn morning.
She was assaulted. He left her tied up.
This is just a tragedy.
Can police stop her assailant before it's too late?
There's another victim.
He said, if I had some alcohol, you'll be dead.
He's like, I don't want to kill y'all, like you better kill me.
I mean, this guy is completely sick.
We had to catch him quickly, or it was going to keep going.
With police hot on his trail, he'll do everything he can to outsmart them.
He obviously had perfected what he was doing.
This all seemed to be some sort of game to him.
That's him. Go, 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 go.
He said, "How good is DNA? Is that good evidence?"
He had a fetish for violent sex.
He's the prime example of a sociopath.
November 18, 2016. The small town of Lithonia, Georgia is buzzing with excitement, getting ready for the Thanksgiving holiday.
Lithonia is a city here on the outskirts of Atlanta.
Lithonia is located in the unincorporated part of DeKalb County. It is middle income, mostly hardworking people.
It's definitely a family town. It gives a little bit of big city with down home vibe at the same time. Lots of great eateries, great schools.
At 11:30
For answer, she again called out housekeeping.
Housekeeping.
No one answered.
At that time, they didn't necessarily find it suspicious.
There wasn't a do not disturb sign on the door or anything like that, so she assumed the person staying there was out for the day.
The housekeeper uses her master key to enter the room for its routine cleaning. But she's surprised to see it isn't empty after all.
When she entered the room, she saw a young black female on her knees, face down on the bed.
As she gets closer, she notices that her hands and her feet are bound.
She appeared to be zip-tied in the back, and she realized that she was deceased.
She was shocked and ran out of the room, screaming for her manager.
DeKalb County Police are immediately dispatched to the scene.
I walked into the room with another detective. I didn't see any blood around her body, but it looked like she had been suffocated. There was a black bandana in her mouth.
Possible asphyxiation for cause of death.
And as investigators continue their review of the crime scene, they find another piece of evidence that makes their hearts sink.
Detective, take a look at this.
On the table that housed the TV, there was a picture taken, a sonogram of an expected mother.
It said she was 9 weeks pregnant. And in the corner of the ultrasound, there was the name Ashley Mays.
Born and raised in Lithonia, 20-year-old Ashley Mays had a personality that was nothing short of magnetic.
Ashley was an amazing young woman, charismatic, friendly, just pure joy to be around.
Ashley was a ball of light, full of energy, just sharing her love with everybody. She loved dancing.
Any opportunity she had, she was somewhere dancing, enjoying the music, taking pictures, living life. She was the life of the party.
Ashley's good looks and larger-than-life personality meant she didn't have trouble attracting potential boyfriends.
Ashley met Stephen McBride in her senior year of high school.
They fall hard. They had some pretty heavy feelings very, very quickly, especially for her to be so young.
They were really cute together.
It wasn't soon after they got together that Ashley found herself pregnant.
Wow, you pregnant? Mm-hmm. You think we ready for this?
You know, there's lots of concerns about, is he ready? Am I ready? Although they knew they wanted a family together, they didn't anticipate it being so soon.
I really think we can make it work, Stephen.
Well, if you're happy, then I'm happy.
Fortunately enough, Stephen was supportive. He was as present as he could be.
Even though they were young, they were in love and they were happy to take this next step in their life.
They both graduated from high school, and in 2013, their baby boy was born.
But shortly before the birth of their son, tragedy struck.
Stephen, he was murdered due to senseless gun violence. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time, which happens a lot in Atlanta, unfortunately.
This completely shattered Ashley's world. He was her first love. He was the father of their child. She just had a baby. I mean, this just rocked her world as she knew it.
She has now just dealt with the death of her significant other, the father of her child, and dealing with the financial uncertainty that comes with raising a baby. It's expensive.
And eventually, the pressure became too much.
Ashley ended up checking herself into a homeless shelter.
Her son lived with relatives while Ashley worked to get back on her feet.
Her family tried to help her out to the best of their abilities. However, Ashley wanted to do it on her own. She wanted her son to be able to be proud of her.
The people that were staying there, they all just loved her so much.
Miss Ida, do you have a blanket?
No, I'll be all right.
No, I have an extra one you can borrow.
Oh, thank you, honey.
Yeah, of
Thank
course,
you
of
so
course.
much.
This wasn't an ideal situation. And yet, Ashley made the most of this situation. She became a light to the other residents and even the staff at this local shelter.
She really felt like it was important for her to make a way for herself and really lean on herself and become the woman that she wanted to be.
So how did Ashley end up dead in a local hotel room?
Her positioning and what was done to her was a red flag to me that this was serious. I mean, they're all serious, don't get me wrong about that, but this screamed predator to me.
This wasn't the first time he'd done something like this.
I knew it was going to happen again, and we needed to stop it.
In the fall of 2016, 20-year-old Ashley Mays was still trying to move forward from a tragic loss.
The death of her boyfriend, Steven, took a huge toll on her. He was her first love and the father of her son.
In today's society, it's extremely difficult to manage a household with two parents. Ashley was a single parent. There are lots of challenges as it related to income, job, housing, transportation, daycare.
After sending her son to stay with relatives, Ashley had moved into a local homeless shelter until she could get back on her feet.
While living in the homeless shelter, Ashley was still bringing joy to the other people.
But now, Ashley's lifeless body has been discovered tied up in a Lithonia hotel room.
It appeared as though she had been suffocated because there was a black bandana still in her throat.
According to an ultrasound photo investigators found inside her hotel room, Ashley was 9 weeks pregnant at the time of her death.
For her to totally be disregarded and to be used and abused in such a way, it was disheartening.
For DeKalb County Police, finding Ashley's killer is a top priority.
While CSI was processing the scene, I went down to the manager's office.
Excuse me, I was hoping you could show us your security cam footage.
Yeah, of course. Just go ahead and come around and I'll show you. Here it is right here.
The footage shows Ashley arriving at the hotel around 7 a.m. that morning.
They saw Ashley go into the room after checking in, and then a male approached the room.
He was a black male, kind of chunky. He had a pair of dark jeans. He had a green jacket with an American flag on the back. He had a beard, and he had gold-rimmed glasses on.
They saw the male enter the room and leave approximately 40 minutes later.
Nothing about his demeanor said that suspicious activity was happening. He was very calm.
The camera shows him leaving through the front parking lot.
Then he gets into his car.
The only thing that I could tell from the video is that it was a dark color Impala, older model.
Can you zoom in on the license plate anymore?
That's as far as it can go right there.
We could see where the license plate was, but the pixelation would not give us a number on the license plate.
Investigators' new priority is tracking down the driver of the dark-colored Impala.
Thanks so much for your time. We appreciate it.
To further their investigation, the detectives now took the description they had of both the person and the car, and they placed it on the media to look out for a dark-colored Impala.
As detectives wait for leads to come in, they review the results of Ashley's autopsy report.
The medical examiner was able to determine that she was strangled, and that was the cause of her death.
They also confirmed that she was indeed 9 weeks pregnant, just as the ultrasound photo described.
But that's not the only tragic news the medical examiner discovered.
The autopsy report also revealed that sadly Ashley had been raped by her killer.
The medical examiner was able to collect the killer's DNA from Ashley's body for testing. Once detectives locate their suspect, they'll be able to see if he's a match.
At this point, investigators had to look at whether the father of Ashley's unborn child could have been the same person who did this to her.
It sounds awful, but it's not uncommon for fathers to kill the mothers of the unborn baby to avoid having to pay child support.
Searching for the identity of the father of Ashley's unborn child, detectives touched base with Ashley's own father to see if he has any information.
I asked him to come to the office because I needed to sit down and talk to him.
I know this is difficult.
Still can't believe that she's gone.
Do you have any information about the pregnancy that might help us determine who did this to her?
Any information on the father?
No, I don't.
No one knew who the father was.
Not even Ashley.
As a homeless woman, Ashley was in a very vulnerable position. Unfortunately, homeless women are often targeted and sexually exploited.
Detectives must consider that Ashley's pregnancy wasn't something she chose.
Statistically, homeless women are 20% more likely to experience sexual assault.
And according to Ashley's father, she had begun working unconventional jobs to obtain the money she needed to get off the streets.
She just was so stubborn. She didn't want anybody to help her.
She had begun running escort services out of various websites. She didn't have any other forms of income. It's kind of a sad situation.
Those allegations raised immediate alarm. Sadly, sex work and sexual violence often go hand in hand.
I wasn't happy about it, but what can I do? She was so headstrong and determined.
Before detectives end their interview with Ashley's father, they have one more question for him.
Do you happen to recognize the man in this photo?
No, sir.
He had no idea who the man in the surveillance video could be.
Thanks for coming in. We'll be in touch.
Considering Ashley's involvement in sex work, detectives begin searching for more information on their victim and her recent contacts.
They discover that Ashley's telephone number is actually associated with an account on Backpage.com.
Backpage used to be very commonly used to trade sexual favors for money.
Could that be why Ashley was at the hotel that fateful night?
We knew that she was probably in that room prostituting.
Ashley was young and probably didn't realize the danger she was putting herself in by advertising on Backpage.
It's one of the worst examples of how the internet is used and how people are preyed upon.
There are real fears that this individual already has or will strike again.
And what investigators are about to discover will confirm those fears.
There's another victim.
She lived to tell the tale. Barely.
He said, if I had some alcohol, you'll be dead.
In the fall of 2016, Georgia detectives investigating the murder of 20-year-old Ashley Mays suspect her killer found her on Backpage.com after she posted an ad offering escort services.
At the time of her death, Ashley was a young, pregnant mother with no reliable sources of income. Unfortunately, women who turn to this line of work often fall victim to violence.
But is Ashley the only victim?
Whoever killed Ashley seemed experienced and came to that hotel with a premeditated plan.
Detectives realized that this may not be a first time for this suspect.
Detective Schuler. Oh, really?
Once we got back to the office, we started talking about the case. At that point, it was brought up that our special victims unit had worked a rape case the week prior.
And this incident had very eerie similarities to Ashley's case.
black bandana, zip ties. Suspect was wearing a green jacket with an American flag on it. So at that point, we realized that these two cases were going to be related.
But unlike Ashley, this woman lived to tell the tale, barely. And the detectives want to talk to her as soon as possible.
Absolutely. Let's bring her in.
The victim, Raven Kyle, agrees to meet with the detectives working Ashley's case.
Raven is a young single mom. She has a post on Backpage where she exchanges her time for roses, which is code for money. She says on the morning of Friday, November 11th, she receives a message from a man offering to give her 100 roses for her time.
Did he ever give you a nickname or say his name?
He never said his name. He just...
When you talked to him on the phone, how did he introduce himself?
He never introduced himself.
Is that common?
Yeah.
Okay.
He asked for my address, and I texted him the address, and he came about 20 minutes later.
Raven says her client arrived just before 8 p.m.
He arrives in a dark Chevy Impala.
He walked into her townhouse, and at that point, she was assaulted.
I turned around, he had the gun. And I'm like, what do you want? I'll give you whatever you want.
He tied her with zip ties, the same as Ashley Mays.
He tied my arms behind my back, and then he tied up my legs. He took the bandana out of his pocket, and he shoved it in my mouth, and he shoved it down my throat. And after that, he raped me.
But Raven's horrifying experience didn't end there.
He got the bleach out of my closet, and he just started pouring it all over me.
He then asked her, "Do you have any alcohol?"
When you mix bleach and alcohol together, it creates chloroform. If inhaled, chloroform can be very deadly.
And I was like, no. He said, if I had some alcohol, you'll be dead.
Then he left her tied up.
She was able to free herself, ran out of her townhouse crying, screaming. Neighbors heard, came over and assisted and called 911.
She knows she's very lucky to be alive.
Raven describes her attacker as a large black male.
How heavy set or how skinny was he?
He was not skinny.
Not skinny?
The investigators show her the stills of the hotel surveillance.
Is this the guy that attacked you?
Yeah, that's him. That's him with the gold glasses, the boot, the black pants. That's him.
She unequivocally so was able to confirm it is the same person.
Before detectives conclude the interview, Raven provides another key piece of evidence.
Raven's attacker took 2 of her phones, but as it turns out, she had a 3rd device that wasn't taken. And that device just happened to be the one that she was corresponding with him on.
And I do have the phone number.
She called that her work phone. So we were able to get the number that he contacted her from.
Detectives find the same number in the records they've obtained for Ashley's cell phone.
She had correspondence with his number just 1 hour before she was killed.
The women were strangers. There were no 2 calls from the same number, except for one.
So I knew that we were dealing with a good lead on who may have contacted these victims and then assaulted them.
We started sending subpoenas to try to get the identity of the owner of that phone number.
It's no easy task.
The phone provider was what we call a VoIP, or a voice over internet protocol device.
Unlike traditional mobile phones that use cell towers, VoIP devices make and receive calls using the internet. VoIP startup companies can and often go out of business, so users' numbers are frequently sold to other companies.
Those accounts usually get handed off several times. So you've got to follow the breadcrumb trail to get to the very last one.
Every new account requires another subpoena, and that takes time.
Time isn't what authorities have on their side right now.
We knew we had to catch him quickly, or it was going to keep going. It was going to keep escalating.
But on November 29th, investigators get a promising lead from an unlikely source, a low-level pimp named Corey Collins.
This person comes forward with yet another violent story.
Usually people that live that lifestyle don't want to have a ton of involvement with the police.
He's like, I don't want to kill you. Like, you better kill me.
He understood the significance of what had happened and what may happen again if we don't stop it.
In the fall of 2016, a string of violent attacks, including one that claimed the life of 20-year-old Ashley Mays, has authorities in Lithonia, Georgia, racing for answers.
There is evidence that would definitely indicate he is a predator and he would do this again.
Now investigators are speaking with a man who claims to have information on another violent assault.
Corey Collins was a low-level pimp in the area. He was afraid for his girl's safety after all the violence that had been plaguing the city's sex workers lately.
Usually people that live that lifestyle don't want to have a ton of involvement with the police. They want to handle their own business and move on to their next job. But he gave us information that really assisted us in solving this case. So he did a good thing.
Corey tells detectives that on November 13th, a man reached out on Backpage to enlist the services of one of his girls.
You ever talked to him before?
No.
Corey arranged for the date at a local hotel. He got 2 rooms side by side, just in case there was any funny business going on.
Minutes later, Corey, from his room, hears screams.
It was real loud. So I ran to swat the key and came in.
Yo, what the hell is going on here? I didn't do nothing.
He saw the victim with a black bandana in her mouth and she was bleeding. She was in an obvious struggle with this guy. This guy was in possession of a firearm.
We both had our guns on each other.
What did he say to you when you came in?
He was just looked scared. Then he was like, I didn't do nothing. She got the money.
And they kind of had about a 30-second standoff where they just stared at each other.
Yeah, he started backing up out the room and he was like, I don't want to kill you. Like, you better kill me.
But Corey knew he didn't need a murder on his hands.
And he just kept backing up. And he was like, don't shoot me. All like, man, you better get some. The male is able to get outside the hotel room.
Bob, you better run!
The assailant fled the scene in a dark-colored sedan, just like the one police had on surveillance from Ashley Mace's murder.
Detectives know tracking down the suspect's dark-colored Impala is crucial to their investigation. But they soon receive an even more promising Crime Stoppers tip.
We got a call from a young lady who claimed to know the male that was responsible for these crimes.
She was another sex worker.
When I saw the Crime Stoppers alert, I just knew I needed to call in.
The woman tells detectives she knows someone who fits the description of the man police have been searching for.
His name is Trey Williams, and he has frequent interactions with the sex workers in town. He also drives a dark-colored Impala.
We talked to her, and she agreed to set up a date later that evening to kind of lure him into the apartment complex.
As night falls on Lithonia, police set up a stakeout.
Myself and Detective McQuilkin were at the location with uniformed officers.
When authorities see the Impala pull in, they take action.
That's him. Go, 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 go.
We initiated a traffic stop on him and took him into custody.
What's going on?
You're under arrest.
I didn't do nothing.
Once Trey Williams is detained, detectives search his vehicle.
We processed the car first because we were looking for important evidence that we knew was stored in that car.
They found a bag full of condoms.
We did not find any zip ties or any black bandanas, but we did find personal information on various prostitutes in the area. He had actually graded them by service and how much they charged, and he had given them a ranking system.
Clearly, this man was interested in having lots of sex.
It was disturbing. He had an obsession with these women.
In the winter of 2016, police have Trey Williams in custody for the murder of Ashley Mays and the violent assaults of at least 2 other women.
he was an individual who would drive around looking for sex.
Inside Trey's vehicle, detectives find a notebook ranking the services of various escorts, as well as their personal information.
Surprisingly, Ashley and Raven weren't in the notebook, but dozens of other escorts were.
Once we processed his car, we went back to interview him at headquarters.
Someone is out there hurting these women.
That's what I hear.
Well, it's no coincidence you are sitting here.
It's not me.
Trey says that he is not a violent person and he simply likes to have a good time.
When they ask him about Ashley Mays, he denies knowing her or the other girls.
I'll admit I'm no saint, but I would never hurt a woman. You got the wrong guy.
But detectives are skeptical.
They asked him if he would agree to submit DNA samples, and he agreed.
Sure, take whatever you want.
The officers swabbed him for DNA.
They knew the DNA test would soon tell them the full story.
But when detectives receive the results of the DNA swab, they're stunned.
When they get the DNA results back, Trey is not a match.
Trey was not their man.
We thought we had the right guy. You get run around a lot, but that was a good false lead.
Detectives are now back at square one.
That means the success of this case now hinges on their remaining piece of key evidence, the suspect's phone records.
If authorities were going to solve this case, they had to find a way to identify the person that made the calls to these women on an internet phone.
After 3 days spent contacting various phone companies, investigators finally get a hit.
Oh, you got it? Great.
It was Pinger. Pinger Inc. held the records. So I subpoenaed Pinger for the records for that phone number.
There's no name associated with the account. However, there is a username. Tariq Hall, 1992.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
I immediately assumed 1992 was a birth year, and I was able to quickly find a Tariq Hall with that birth year. I was also able to find a photograph of Mr. Hall. And when I looked at that photograph and compared it to what I had seen in the video from the hotel, I knew that we had the right person.
Detectives learn that Tariq works at a rapid transit company in Metro Atlanta.
Tariq Hall was a bus driver for their mobility services.
On November 29th, 2016, Tariq arrives at work in the same black Chevy Impala police have been searching for.
Once he arrived at work, we were able to take him into custody without incident.
Inside Tariq's vehicle, police locate a plethora of evidence.
We found several black bandanas that matched the previous crime scenes and zip ties that were already put together in a position where they could be used as handcuffs very quickly.
Back at the station, detectives sit down with their new prime suspect.
I read him his Miranda rights, and he agreed to waive his rights and provide me with a statement.
Tariq also agreed to a DNA swab.
That's all right there. Now, understanding the rights that we just talked about, do you want to talk to me about why you're up here?
Yeah. So we had a lengthy conversation. I asked him about his involvement with young ladies that worked on Backpage.
How often do you call girls on Backpage?
Not that often.
When they try to talk to him about the attack on Raven, he says he doesn't know anything about that.
He also denied knowing anything about the standoff at the hotel with Corey.
It's a long time ago. I can't run back that far.
He would not answer any questions in reference to either case that we were talking about. He just had no memory.
When detectives mention Ashley's murder, Tariq, again, can't recall a thing.
To help jog Tariq's memory, detectives confront him with the hotel surveillance footage.
Look at me in the eye and tell me that's not you. can't do it, man.
Tariq took no responsibility, even though the officer showed him his own picture.
Tariq was very cool, eerily cool in the interrogation room.
The way you walked into that hotel room and the way you walked out, cool as a cucumber, man. It's like you've done this 100 times.
Tariq's demeanor showed a person who did not care about the life of anybody.
And detectives are getting frustrated with his nonchalant attitude.
You were in the damn room, Tariq. Don't look at me like I'm stupid and tell me that you weren't in that room. All right? Don't disrespect me like that.
He seemed absolutely unbothered by any of the evidence that they were bringing against him.
You know where you up? Your cell phone. The email address you used to re-up? Tariq Hall, 1992. Then he just said, I don't want to answer any more questions. I need an attorney. So the interview's over.
So a lawyer.
Okay, you need a lawyer? You need one. Trust me, you need one.
But when detectives subpoena the contents of Tariq's cell phone, they'll uncover even more chilling evidence against him.
I found images of our victim.
Tariq's a prime example of a sociopath.
This all seemed to be some sort of game to him.
Police have arrested 24-year-old bus driver Tariq Hall for the murder of Ashley Mays and assaults against 2 other women in the Atlanta area.
This is someone who is a predator, and from what I could tell, had been at it for a while and was not going to stop.
Tariq's cool as a cucumber demeanor, the way he did the whole interview with detectives, just shows that he is a cold-blooded killer who just has no remorse.
That's further confirmed when detectives scroll through the camera roll on Tariq's phone.
He had actually recorded a video of him watching our Crime Stoppers tip air on the news.
When the video closes, the only thing he says is, I can beat that.
Deeper in Tariq's camera roll is something even more chilling.
I found images of our victim Mays before and after she was killed.
This all seemed to be some sort of game to him, where maybe he even saw these women as being trophies.
There is no indication that he would have stopped, and I don't believe he would have.
However, the most damning evidence against Tariq is revealed when they compare his DNA with the foreign DNA collected from Ashley's body.
The nail in the coffin is results from the DNA test. It's an exact match.
There was a 1 in 10 sextillion chance that it was anybody else in the world. That's a big number.
Detective Schuler decides to personally inform Tariq of the news.
Well, how about this?
I just presented the DNA evidence, and Mr. Hall stated at that point, he said, how good is DNA? He said, is that good evidence?
It's some of the best evidence there is.
At that point, I told him that he would never get out of jail because DNA is unbreakable evidence.
The DNA evidence is big enough to knock the fight right out of Tariq.
Okay. Okay.
He called his sister from the jail and said, don't worry about selling my car for an attorney. I'm not gonna need one. They got me.
Tariq admits he found Ashley on Backpage, and they agree to meet at the hotel for a rendezvous.
Hey, you Ashley?
Yeah, you got cash?
Yeah.
Come on in.
Immediately, Tariq brandished a gun, pulled it out.
Get on the bed.
Well, I didn't do all that.
Get on the bed!
He made her lay down.
Please stop. Shut up.
Next, he pulled zip ties out of his pocket and zip tied her hands and her feet behind her back.
He shoved a bandana in her mouth just like he did with Raven, and snapped a few photos.
Then he had his way with her.
In the process, Tariq admits he strangled Ashley.
Once she was dead, he took more photos. I mean, this guy is completely sick.
Then he calmly walked out of the hotel.
Tariq, why? Why did you do it?
I don't know. I just lose control sometimes.
He essentially just had a fetish for violent sex and didn't care when it went too far.
People ask me why Ashley, why kill that one? And the way that I was told that Ashley was found, face down with her head buried in a pillow, tells me that Tariq was not going to let Ashley call out or draw attention. Like in the case of Raven, and I think that's why Ashley was the first one to kill that we know of. To be able to get this person off the street before he did it again was incredibly satisfying.
On October 4th, 2017, Tariq Hall pleads guilty to murder and rape charges.
He did not want to go to trial, so he pled to 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole.
1 life sentence for the murder of Ashley. Another life sentence for the rape of Raven.
Mr. Hall will end up dying in jail. He'll never get out.
At least this man is not on the streets anymore. He can't harm women.
However, the scars from Tariq's actions will remain with his other victims and Ashley's family for a lifetime.
Ashley's family has lost the light of their lives. They lost their daughter. Their siblings lost an older sister.